They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation, they pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures eat what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Built a foundation, stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture, and vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
Let me see who we got. We're going to get a couple more people in here. I ain't going to be in here too long. Divine in the building.
Hey, yo, how's it going, Mr. Nasheed?
Hey, Mr. Divine, how are you?
I'm all good.
What's on your mind, Divine?
Yeah, I talked to you a few months ago, and I was the brother that said that I think we should go by bronze instead of black. And yeah, you had some of the FBA people come at me. I had an old tweet where I was saying I was Hispanic. I just wanted to explain that I'm not Hispanic. My family is FBA, and you kind of sent your people after me. Not that you sent them after me, but you put that out there.
I didn't
Yeah. Let me fix that. You ain't sent them after me, but you put out there that I was Hispanic, and they came at me
Why'd you tweet that?
Exactly. That's what I wanted to explain. So I've been on Twitter since I was 13, 14 years old. At the time, I tweeted that I was in private school my last 2 years of high school, and there was this chick that she used to always make black shit, like black jokes and shit towards me. So I would fuck her head and be like, "Oh, yo, I'm Hispanic," and she believed me. So that was a bullshit ass tweet, you know. So you got to think, like, imagine if you were on Twitter at 15, 16 years, you have some bullshit out there too. So you guys pulled out tweets that were old as hell. You know? So I just wanted to clear the air.
Thank you, Divine. All right, Divine. I don't know.
Stop the cap.
You might be Hispanic, and that sounds like nigga splaining. I don't know. I don't know nobody who do that now. I don't know. Chris, what's up, Chris? Chris, this nigga went to sleep. Chris? Why this nigga, he's sleeping all gentle. He's sleeping gentle like he sleep with some footies on. Going through the clouds. Jer Banks in the building.
Hey, man, it's Jeray Banks. How you doing, brother, man?
What's up, Jeray? How you doing, brother?
Ain't nothing, man. When you funny as hell, bro. But I've been a long ass time listener, bro, like since like 2011.
Yeah, let me tell you something. The people out there who you're working with, those black folks, they're probably married to Mexicans. That's why they on that. We all in this together. I can almost guarantee they're married to Mexicans.
The thing is, like one of the chicks that I know, but she ain't married to nobody. Like she was married to a melanated man, a black man.
Okay.
But after he passed away, like she been trying to like do things because she kind of do like what I do, like trying to get into farming and like things of that nature and building the stuff up for like our people.
Yeah.
But it's like because she work in the city government, it's like she just don't really know how to do it right now. And it's like, I'm trying to tell you how to do it. It's like, man, we get away from these folks. You know what I mean? And like outside of politics.
Yeah.
And then just, you know what I mean? Like kind of build outside and do our own thing.
No doubt.
So it's like,
no doubt. All right. Well, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. All right. All right, KO2X.
What's the word, Tyreek? You hear me?
I can hear you, brother. How are you?
I'm all right. I was just I wanted to expound on. I saw the playback earlier about the little baby tether, and she was trying to make a reference saying that black people was
Yeah. That's Eddie Levert. Been singing on the song, but Michael was so hot at the time.
Brother, everything is cool here, brother.
Yes,
Just
let me
chilling.
let me see. Let me see the scenery over there. Let me see.
Have culture.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to take away our ethnicity.
FMP, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm good. What's going on with you, brother?
Yeah, man, I just want to say that a lot of times when they say, like, black Americans don't have culture,
Yeah.
I think they're trying to take away our ethnicity. So if we don't have an ethnicity, we have no choice but to be just plain African,
Right. That's absolutely true. That's why they try to, everything we do, they try to Africanize it. And they try to cosplay. This is why, family, you notice, and we saw this last night. How many of y'all tuned in last night? You notice whenever some of these folks who are non-FBA or come from non-FBA lineages, they'll call up and they'll try to cosplay low-key. And notice how they get offended when we realize you're not FBA. And they get offended. They genuinely get offended because they think that they're really getting over.
Stop the cap.
Just like last night, a couple of these dudes, they swore up and down that, yeah, I ain't got no accent. What accent? Like, dude, we clearly can tell your family's not from here. We can tell. Family, they really think we can't tell. They really think we can't tell.
Are you dumb?
You understand? And then get offended. They think they got us fooled. They genuinely get offended. Family, when those guys called up, how long did it take y'all to figure it out? It took me like 2 seconds. I know it took y'all, like some of y'all were even in like, hey, this ain't no damn FBA.
My
God.
God.
Just like, dude, dude. And they always claim our southern places, like, hey man, where you from? I'm from Georgia. Man. No. Where's your family from? Trinidad. Okay. All right, say that.
Stop the cap.
Say that. Yeah, don't do that. Like, hey man, where you from? I'm from South Carolina. Okay.
Stop the
Where's
cap.
your family from? Well, why does that matter, nigga? Okay, there we go. God. And I'm telling the dude, hey, brother, yeah, you're not. Yeah, I could tell you're not from. How do you know? You did not know that. Yeah, we did. We did, brother. We did. Y'all not fooling us, family. Non-FBAs. Let me hold your hand while I talk to you, family. We know, and it's okay. It's not a diss. It's not a diss. Y'all get so offended. You know why? Because see, when we recognize, and right now people are very hypersensitive to lineage right now. People are really, really hypersensitive. Our ancestors are really turning on our vibrational antennas so we can smell tetherism at this point. Family, when y'all go places, can y'all just y'all just know at this point? You're like, you look around and you can tell immediately when you look around, like, oh, where's this guy from? When you go out right now, your pineal gland and your ancestral energy just has you immediately seeing people and saying, oh, he ain't from here. The clothes, the vibe, the edges, the peppercorn. We know. We know the energy. We just know. We know. And they get very offended by us knowing that you're not from here. Somebody said we can smell the must. Not even the must. I'm not going to go on. I'm not going to go in on them. But just we can tell. We can tell the attitude, the demeanor, the swag. We can tell. It's a lot of things, just the energy. We can tell. And they don't like that because, like I said, there's a loss of cultural camouflage. See, a lot of people come over here and they want to seamlessly blend into our demographics so they can access our civil rights capital, our opportunities, all of the things that our specific ancestors fought and bled to create. So when we clock them as non-FBA, that immediately removes the camouflage. And they get offended because they want the benefits of our identity without that specific historic birth. And that shatters the whole no culture myth, like our brother was talking about a few minutes ago. That false narrative that's pushed that we have no distinct culture, the hell we don't. When we immediately spot somebody who's not FBA based on their cadence, their swag, their style, their mannerisms, that proves our culture is highly specific and exclusive. So that shatters the myth that we're just a blank slate. We got a culture because we know when your ass ain't of the culture. That's how much culture we got. We know when you ain't a part of it. That's not a diss, shit. We know. You see? And there's a massive industry of non-FBAs occupying these corporate diversity roles, by the way. These academic positions, these political seats, by speaking on our behalf and taking our resources meant to correct our historic disenfranchisement. And they try to act as our representatives while low-key funneling in funds and resources for their specific group. And we're saying enough of that shit. We're saying enough of that. We're tired of the cosplaying. We don't want other people representing us. You know, something I saw that was so disrespectful. Y'all remember this? Speaking of Atlanta, was it the Atlanta Braves when they had like a theme song? They had somebody rap the theme song. Was it the Atlanta Braves or the Hawks? Which one was it? Y'all know where I'm going with this. Where my Atlanta people? Y'all remember a couple of years ago, it was the Falcons? Okay, it was the Falcons. So they wanted to have somebody.
There's a difference. Okay, describe the difference. If I go to your,
what color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
I'm Jamaican.
You ain't black.
Then what am I?
Jamaican.
I'm black.
You Jamaican.
No.
You Jamaican.
So, you know, peace to the family. Grand Rising. So don't worry. I'm going to give everybody a wrench back. Well, not everybody. I'm going to give my real supporters the wrench back. Right now, everybody on probation. So for everybody who tunes in, as long as I go live, I want to know the wrench is now going to signify. The wrench before signify who's FBA. All right, we evolved past that now. I want the wrench to signify who's riding with the channel, who actually is investing their time in the channel, want the channel to grow. Feel like what I'm doing for our lineage is good. Right. So when I see you guys here, you know, as much as you can, not every live, obviously, people busy, but as much as you can, I'm gonna give people wrench. So now I know that this is not only just FBA, this is a person who should be valued. You feel me? They should be valued because these folks are FBA, but they are more than skin folk. They are more than win folk. They are more than win folk. They are more than skin folk and kin folk. They are win folk. So win folk is something I made up. WINFOLK. Win folk means you want me to win. You want the lineage to win. You want to win. You want all of us to win. We're winners, right? So we're win folk. So you got skin folk. That's anybody, you know, that could be a tether, right? That could be a coon. Then you got kin folk. Those are people of the lineage. Then you got win folk. These are people of the lineage who wants to win. They got a winner mentality. They ain't got a loser mentality. So I want the wrench to be in the hands of my win folk lineage family. All right. So let's get into it. There's
a difference. Huh? It's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference.
If I go to your,
what color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
I'm Jamaican.
You ain't black.
Then what am I?
Jamaican.
I'm black.
You Jamaican.
No.
You Jamaican. It's a difference, huh?
It's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference.
If I go to
What color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
Okay, and it derives from?
Even white derived from black. Even white derived from black. All colors in the color spectrum come from the black. But y'all have been classified as Jamaicans.
When I fill out a paperwork here in the States, it doesn't say Jamaican anywhere.
How can you describe me as being black? You have a name. You're Jamaican.
And you're American.
Well, I'm black American.
Okay, I'm black Jamaican.
It don't say that. You're making something up now. It don't say that. Our paperwork, we have to check something. When you go back home, you don't check nothing. You're automatic Jamaican.
Right.
I'm not automatic American. I'm automatic black. You see what I'm saying? So when we say black, we talking us. Y'all ain't us. Don't y'all got Jamaican food?
Yes.
Don't y'all have a Jamaican culture?
Yes.
We don't. So we those seeds. We are not African seeds. We are not. We don't have no African bloodline other than what the white boy have.
Black Americans are not only defined by the color of their skin or their origin, they are also defined by their lineage and their unique experience in America. And then all of a sudden, they start calling themselves Black Americans. There's a big issue that is happening in the Black American community. And that is why you have seen Black Americans starting a movement of delineating themselves from these other groups. And I want these immigrants to understand that when these Black Americans are pushing back, it's not because they hate them, it's not because they want division, it's not because they don't want unity, but it is because they want to preserve their own identity. They want to protect their own lineage.
As you can see, it's not hard to understand. It's not hard to understand delineation. Okay, so that was a African brother. I don't know where he's from, but as far as I know, he's a writer. He be educating, his Africans. He's been educating Africans on exactly what we're saying. He's speaking English. We are speaking English, but some reason we need a translator. You dig? Now, how that happens? We are speaking English. He's speaking English, but somehow, when we explain delineation, we need a translator in English to other speaking English people. Right? So that's why I gave you Buddy. You don't want to take it from us, there's your own. And he broke that down so plain. Right? So plain he broke that down. So a couple things. All right, hold on. So a couple things we're gonna get at. I just noticed something that okay, got him. I just noticed something. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So make that make sense. We need a translator. Everybody speaks English. Everybody read and write English, but somehow we need a translator for English writing, understanding, speaking people when it comes to delineating. Okay, so there you go. That was our English reading, writing translator. What delineation is and what it ain't. Okay, or he explained what we mean by delineation. Right? So now there was something floating around on TikTok and I was tagged to it. It was a meme. It says conservative group sues and they suing Find a Black Doctor directory over discrimination. Also, it says the anti-DEI group believes other non-white doctors should be included. All right, so I want to speak on that because I spoke about this before with Ari and Simone. I'm gonna revisit that for folks who didn't see that. So the meme said conservative group sues. They're suing so I guess there's a directory to find black doctors is called Find a Black Doctor. And they're being sued over discrimination because they say that other non-white doctors should be included. All right. So things like that is why we're delineating. So you can't make anything exclusively for anybody under the category black as a race. It gets shot. Oops, TikTok shop. I love you. It gets shut down. It gets shut down. Okay. It gets shut down as you see. So delineate. So we got to be. So nothing can be for us. Everything for us got to be lift all tides. But there could be something for specific immigrant groups, specific whitey groups, and whoever else. But when it comes to us, when something is made specifically for people under BLACK, legally it can be dismantled, shut down. I'm trying to watch my language. It could be shut down. All right. So let's get into this a little more. So this lawsuit, it appears to be part of the broader anti-DEI legal movement tied to organizations like AAER, which is American Alliance for Equal Rights. That's your boy Edward Blum. You got another one called Do Not Harm. And there's other conservative legal activist organizations challenging race-specific initiatives. Now, I personally believe, without no proof at all, I have zero proof, but I personally believe that the libtards were in cahoots with these conservative organizations because AAER, Edward Blum, that was formed in 2023. That's like, you would think these things were around for decades. Edward Blum, he's brand new to the scene as far as shutting down DEI or programs for black racial people, right? I'm thinking that the pressure got to the libtards, like, hey, tangibles. And it was like, yo, they went to the red side, like, yo, we need you guys to knock this stuff down because we're getting pressure about tangibles and we can't shut them up. They're growing louder and louder and louder thanks to delineation, these FBAs. So we want you guys to establish an organization who will sue our generic black racial demands, programs, assistance, all that type of stuff, and knock it down so we could tell them, hey, stop. It can't happen. Nothing can happen under black race. So let's go ahead and just lift all tides. That's what I believe, with no proof. All right. So yeah, Edward Blum and his AAER be a part of, he's now on the scene for anything for black people. They're shutting it down. So this is why you got these recent DEI removals. Oh, so many black women got fired. Oh, Trump. No. That got nothing to do with Trump. Nothing to do with Trump. Because Edward Blum would have sued, shut this down no matter who was in office, because you can't do that under black. You can't exclude people under black. You can't include people under black according to the 14th Amendment Equal Right Protection Clause. So this was, and I believe that the libtards have put the red side on game. Because remember, there was nothing like this before. Now all of a sudden, 2023, the red side just get an epiphany, an awakening, an aha moment. I don't believe so, because I believe that because they were not being pressured to do something exclusively for Foundation Black Americans. It was the lib side. And they clearly didn't want to do anything. They said, no. Kamala Harris, no. Okay. So I believe they got together and the red side, like, oh, good idea. Thank you. In 2023, Edward Blum established the AAER, the American Alliance for Equal Rights. Okay. So anyway, this is what I do. This is what separates me from other podcasters. I actually educate. I'm an educator. right? So my channel is more serious. It's not like a goofball channel, even though sometimes we'll show that side, right? So bottom line, if race-specific access exists for one group, it violates equal protection or anti-discrimination law. One more time. When you say you want to do something for Black people in America, so now we know for sure all these Pan-Africans were on nothing the whole time, because you can't do that. Like what the Pan-Africans want to do, hey man, we doing this for Black people, everybody from Africa, Caribbean, America. Nope, that's a nothing burger, because if race-specific access exists for one group, it violates equal protection or anti-discrimination law. Okay, so let's look at the meme again, right? The meme, this Black doctor directory was sued for discrimination. So find a Black doctor, right? So now it says find a Black doctor. And I try to tell you guys got to rewire your brain. When you hear Black, stop thinking it's talking about you, FBAs, ADOS, is talking about immigrants, and you're in there too. Okay. So that's why we use delineating terms like FBA, ADOS, Freedman, Salon. If you don't hear a delineated term and you just hear Black, you have to automatically rewire your bird brain and understand that is immigrant inclusive. So when people look up, hey, I'm trying to look up a Black doctor in my area because I want to support Black. Okay. So now the Edward Blums of the world would say, really? Find a Black doctor directory. Oh no, we got to shut this down. Why? Because this excludes non-Black physicians. So that means, hey, or you're discriminating against white people. So now when you hear Charlie talk about this, if you actually listen to Charlie words when he used to get on there and act a fool, TP USA, he used to, him and other white T losers will say reverse discrimination. And because their argument is, hey, you just said excluding you for 400 years was wrong. And you said it's racism, right? So, okay, so we're going to be against racism because racism is excluding one race or only including one race. So let's get rid of racism. That was the play. So now be like, yay. Now do something for Black people. Oh, only you? Race, don't forget, that's a race. So only the Blacks globally? Okay. But you just said you didn't want a racist society. You just said you don't want things to be only exclusive to a certain race or exclusive to a certain race, but you want something only for the Black race. That's racial discrimination, remember? Ain't that wrong? Gaslighting, ain't that wrong? Okay. So we gotta knock down these DEI programs that's for the Black race. That's a racist program. Are they wrong? Okay. They say, hey, these creates racial preference. They do. And they'll say it violates the anti-discrimination statutes if access opportunity is only restricted by race. This is why they're all shot down. Shoot down, shut down. TikTok shop, I love you. God, this language, man. So the conservative anti-DEI position, the Edward Blums of the world, they're going to say, or they have been saying, they've been arguing and knocking stuff down. Their position is you cannot organize opportunities, directories, grants, or benefits around race. Okay. Even though most of those directories are not actually saying only Black doctors may participate, they're not saying that. They normally just highlight Black physicians. And remember, rewire your bird brain. Black physician can be somebody from Nigeria. It does not mean Black American. Helping patients seeking cultural familiar healthcare This is what they say. They say they highlight Black physicians. They highlight helping patients seeking culturally familiar healthcare. They also address disparities in trust or treatment, right? So that distinction matters legally. But the whole Black thing, because we are allowing Black to be used as a racial category, as a all in category, whoever's of African ancestry get dumped in there. By doing that, family, we're excluding ourselves. By including people into our name, ethnic name, we're kicking ourselves out. We're kicking ourselves out. We're excluding ourselves for being inclusive. Now, this is irrefutable, right? This is why people who claim they're scholars and they don't call in. And they definitely don't call in on this. They call in and talk about something else, but they don't talk about this. Okay. So, but why do Black Americans specifically even want to reach out to a so-called Black doctor? Okay. Well, you see my book, Medical Apartheid? So on my TikTok account, I posted 3 books that I said, so must buy. And one of them is a Medical Apartheid. So Medical Apartheid talks about the historical mistrust from medical racism. This is why we don't, Black Americans, not you immigrants, not you African immigrants. You got a different background. But for us, we've been lab rats, experimental people in this country. So that's why we like, nah, I'd rather be Black. But now we see Black ain't Black. You dig? Black is one of them. Also, some of the reasons could be communication, comfort, maternal mortality disparities, right? And we talk about the pain medication. It was a big story going out saying that these hospitals, these practices, they don't give Black Americans the same pain dosage as they give white people. And so another reason could be cultural familiarity, right? Okay, go. Okay, go ahead. So for example, East Indian people, right? They got a nice East Indian community that's delineated, right? They are going to rather probably go to an East Indian doctor. Can you imagine? Right? Okay. So, but they got ways to codify that language where they can put a directory up and it'll find East Indian doctors. Or they could just say it and Edward Blum ain't gonna knock it down. Maybe they're goal centric on just Black things. Right. So anyway, so the existence of those directories usually come from perceived healthcare disparities, not racial exclusion ideology. So that is the gaslight. So we'll say Black, blackity black, black, but it ain't to exclude races. It's to speak to those things I just spoke about, right? Because when we say Black, there's no history of being exclusive and speaking specifically to Black. There's no history that alienates or excludes white people to politically sabotage them or economically sabotage them. But there's history on the other side, long history of the word white only, or that politically and economically have harmed Black Americans. So saying something is for Black, there's no history of that harming white people at all. But saying something is for white people, it has historically harmed Black people. All right. So, but this is why we're delineating, right? So we found a way around these lawsuits, these Edward Blum tactics, right? Because the word Black, there's a problem with it. If you don't put the Wheezy F baby there, it's broad and legally vague. Trying to talk to these immigrants that pull up over here, and some of them, I don't think they got the brain capacity to understand what I'm saying. Black is problematic in America when you leave it like that. When you don't put the Wheezy F there, it's problematic because Black includes Nigerian immigrants, Jamaicans, Ethiopians, Haitians, Afro-Latinos, Black Britons, whatever that is, that fake term, foundational Black Americans, we're in there, and any recent African immigrant. They get thrown into the black box. I'm gonna call it the black box. All right, they get thrown into the black box. So when that happens, when they get thrown into the black box, legally and administratively, black becomes an extremely broad racial category. It don't mean nothing. You saying you're black racially means absolutely nothing. So that opens the door for critics, opponents like Edward Blum to argue, if this is about race generally, then excluding other groups is discriminatory. You get it? So if everybody is able to come in without any vetting, any eligibility requirements, any standard of making sense of this, you just because you're a color or you come from certain regions, you're allowed in here. That's the only eligibility required. Oh yeah, that is discriminatory. It has to be tighter than that. That's all they're saying. They saying if black, and it is an extremely broad racial category, so that allows anybody and their mother in the building that's from some type of African ancestral country. No background check, no citizen check, nothing. No resume. But when it comes to white people, this is their argument. Oh, you want to block us out. Okay. Discriminatory practices. This is why we speak of delineation. You're learning the importance of delineation. Okay. So if that directory, if that black doctor directory was specifically for descendants of U.S. chattel slavery, if the healthcare advocacy was for lineage specific Foundation of Black Americans, if the culturally specific historical experiences tied to America anti-black discrimination was there, then that would be a more precise category and theoretically narrow the process, the purpose. So see, family, they don't want, so this is their logic, and it makes sense. They're saying if you open a big door with all these people right there, black, white, Asian, I'm naming races, and you say, okay, everybody go take a seat, because these seats represent opportunity in America. Everybody take a seat. Everybody should have opportunity in America. And as people go through this broad door and you're holding back white people, they say you can't do that. Can I say, so what's the reason why they can't come in if this door is for everybody to take a seat at the table of opportunity? Why are you holding us back? See, so they're saying you got to be more specific. You got to say everybody take a seat who belongs to this, and for that reason you belong to that. You are eligible or required, blah 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 blah, because this speaks to your condition. No different than people who are disabled, right? They're going to be asked to do something, right? Maybe care, maybe that certain personal care get paid for by the state, but that's because they fall into this category of disableness. They're not going to say, hey, anybody can get care by the state if you feel like you twist your ankle. It has to be precise, and that precision have to be responsible for the narrowness. So that directory would have stood up tall against Edward Blum if it was labeled or packaged foundational Black American doctors, ADOS physicians, descendants of U.S. chattel slavery physicians. That would have held up. Edward Blum would have been bummed out, because that shifts the framing from broad racial identity to lineage community specificity. You following? And that matters legally and politically. right? Because a lineage-based framework attempts to focus on historical community continuity, the specific healthcare disparities, culturally rooted experiences unique to foundational Black Americans descended from slavery in the U.S. That matters more legally and politically because the broad Blackness, the nothing burger word, right, it merges many unrelated populations into one umbrella. So you got so many people who are immigrants, but they're under the Black race, and their issues are not ours. So they need representation to speak to their specific issues. But that can't happen if they're just categorized as Black, right? Because that means you're trying to speak to immigration, but because you use Black, I can get access to that, even though I'm not an immigrant. But you use Black, an all-inclusive word. I'm Black, so hey, let me get some of those resources. That's what keeps happening when it's broad Black. Anybody broad Black can take advantage of it, even if they are not supposed to qualify. So, and it's so tight that even some delineation would, face legal scrutiny because courts will say, what is FBA? What is this about? Is this functioning like a racial classification? So that's some of the debates that you would have. Just like how Donald Trump administration is in the Supreme Court arguing the birthright citizenship. That's what we got to do when we argue FBA ADOS, how it's not functioning similarly to a racial classification. It's speaking to a lineage. So we would have to do our same argument. All right. We're talking about FBA ADOS Friedman speaks to ancestry, genealogy, historical race, and lineage. Those are all involved, right? This ain't a broad door where Shaka Zulu can just come here tomorrow and all of a sudden he's qualified or eligible for things for us. So delineation helps conceptually and politically, right? But we also is going to have some roadblocks because this is new. So like I said, we got to explain our argument to the Supreme Court the same way Trump and anybody else would do it. The Roe v. Wade, the way that was brought, right? So that controversy actually exposes a tension, okay, between you see some parties and us, right? Some parties are mad at us, right? Because okay, you're following. So the problem with broad racial categories like Black is that they collapse multiple populations with different historical relations to America into one big umbrella category. No, delineation clarifies who the initiative is intended to serve and why. You got it? So look at this. So many anti-DEI lawsuits like Edward Blum, the stuff that he be doing, they attack things that treat all race conscious efforts as identical without distinction between exclusion, outreach, affinity networks, historical remediation, and cultural specialization. That's what they go after. That's what they go after. Yeah, hold on. Boop, 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 boop. That is the major area of debate with the Edward Blums. So so that situation, that thumbnail that was tagged to yesterday, that thumbnail, it actually reinforces arguments we've been making. That's why I make it a live. That wasn't my live today. But I was like, you know what? That's important because we're talking about it and now we're seeing the reason for delineation. We're seeing things get shut down and sued by the Edward Blums of the world because race is a nothing burger. It's for data synthesis only. The government doing it, what they want to do with it, whatever. But that's all it's used for. It's like a DNA test. Race, the racial category and the DNA test like similar. It's just for entertainment purposes only. And it's for a specific reason. You can't apply it to everything else. So broad umbrella racial labels often create political, legal, and identity conflicts because they emerge populations with different historical experiences, different claims, and community interests into one category. It's going to always be knocked down. Get it through your big head. All right. 1 second, family. 1 second. Where am I? Where is the I think I gotta do this right here.
See something orange. Daddy, look, I see something orange.
Yeah, leave it. Trying to. I spoke to a lot of people. Spoke to a lot of people. So I hope y'all are understanding at this point the reason for delineation. It's not rocket science. Not rocket science. This is the reason for delineation. It's one of the main reasons for delineation. And I got some stuff that I put together. You ain't never gonna get anywhere but places like this. And I'm trying to bring Black excellence back. And Black excellence is just that. It's not the rah stereotypical stuff. It's putting our name back where it needs to belong, like above the stars. When people think of us, they're gonna think of people who can get things done. People who have got things done. Excellence, because like we have been in the mud so long that we think we're pigs, right? So now that I'm telling folks now, like we better than that. Like we are not pigs. We are the Black stallion. You dig? And people acting like, no, we're just pigs. Like no, we deserve better. All these TikTok spaces, FBA spaces where we're just like cats and dogs. Nah, we're actually better than that. And folks mad at me because I'm demanding excellence. All right. So, but you know how I do. I'm not a fleer. I'm a fighter. So but they fled. Those FBAs who felt like we deserve just the mud, they fled. They got that tether spirit. All right. So let me do this right here. What did I do? Okay. Pause. Okay, so now listen to Charleston White.
I just have a question.
Yeah, what's the question? Wait, can you introduce yourself real fast? So
I'm sorry. What you need?
Just the name you go by. That's all.
Oh, B.
Okay.
So yeah. So you mentioned you was talking about the Jamaican dude and him kind of being confused on his race because he said he was Black, but I think people in general, and I hear people get stuff twisted all the time, especially on this app, between race and ethnicity.
Right.
Jamaican, him being Jamaican, just is his ethnicity. Just like we're Black American, he's Black Jamaican. They got white Jamaicans. You know what I'm saying?
No, slow down. Slow down.
No, I was just speaking. Go ahead.
I got you, but I'm trying to get somewhere with you. So there's no such thing as a Black Jamaican, right? You have Afro Jamaicans. They're called Afro Jamaicans. Black Jamaicans made up. You have Chinese Jamaicans, you have Indian Jamaicans, and you have Afro Jamaicans. The word Black and Jamaican. So you just said Black. You just said Jamaican is their ethnicity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's also their nationality, right?
Right.
So, and our Black is our ethnicity, right?
No, our black is our race. Our ethnicity is American, and our nationality.
Hold on, stop. No, there's nobody on earth ethnicity American. American is a nationality. That's why you have Nigerian Americans.
Right, but Black is a race, right?
No. Black operates as a race after it was first operating as an ethnicity. So you need to do that. Look up when Black became a race. That's after the 1960s. So it was Negro first, right? Like you said, people on TikTok miss up information. Well, I'm the guy who clears things up. So
you are.
Yeah. Well,
you're the one. I got the right one, huh?
You got the right one, baby. So watch this. So now you just said ethnicity, race, nationality. Now I just told you Black became our ethnicity in 1960. Do you know what an ethnicity? How do you define ethnicity?
I don't know. How do you? I can't put it in words.
No problem. And that's why I say you got the right one. So ethnicity is just your shared experiences, your group shared experiences, right? So our culture, our language, the way we speak to each other, and our history in America, that's our ethnicity. So we're ethnically Black. Jamaicans got a shared history and is Jamaican, right? So they're Jamaican and so forth and so forth. So we're ethnically Black. Now we gave a name to that experience and we called it Black, not a race. Not a race. Race is something that is inclusive to billions of people on earth, and ethnicity is not. And ethnicity is exclusive to that particular group. That's it. So you got the Igbo ethnicity, that's only for them and is not extended to the Hausa ethnicity. They got their own ethnic group. So ethnicity is the shared experiences, and you add a name to it so people just know who you are. We said we're Black, and we share our Black experiences, which we could talk about Black Reconstruction, the free Blacks that was roamed, out of slavery before Emancipation Proclamation. We got the Black Reconstruction. We got Black banks, Black dollar, Black. All of our society and all our affairs, we name it Black. The Black dollar, Black economics, Black politics. See, so everything about us is ethnically Black. So Jamaica, so not race. I didn't deal with race just yet. So because nobody's ethnically a race, because the race is a both. Again, there's billions of people in Africa as part of the Black race. There's 1,000 islands in the West Indies as part of the Black race. So just saying you're Black doesn't tell you anything. It's a bunch of people who just fit that box who are completely different and share hundreds and thousands of differences, right? Yeah, so to say you're Black means nothing. I keep reiterating that. Like, you just told me nothing by saying you're Black. That's what we asked you, what country? And what happens is, they be like, I'm Black. Like they said, like that meant something. We like, okay, country. And they get annoyed at us. Like, yo, because you ain't say anything. Like, you could be from Jamaica, Trinidad, Zimbabwe, like Brazil, like that. You didn't say nothing. Like, you gave me your race. You didn't give me who you are. You feel me? You ain't us. When we say we're Black, that means everything. We don't got to specify. Like the world knows who the Black people are. That's Foundation Black Americans. So now So a similar story to the Black Directory is what I touched on before with Arian Simone. Remember that? The entrepreneur and co-founder of Fearless Fund. Remember, she operated a grant program aimed specifically at supporting Black women entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs. Arian Simone, entrepreneur, co-founder of Fearless Fund. Oh, she operated a grant. See, these are folks who are not in tune to the streets. She didn't understand the movement of delineation. She learned the hard way. She met Edward Blum for real. Arian Simone met Edward Blum for real. In a real way. She thought she was going to open up a grant program for Black women entrepreneurs, and she thought that was going to stand. Well, Edward Blum in 2023 Alliance for Equal Rights, AAER, and he sued the Fearless Fund. He sued them. He didn't just knock it down. He got money out of their pockets. He sued the Fearless Fund, arguing that one of his grant competitions violated federal anti-discrimination law because eligibility was limited to Black women, which means nothing. There's billions of people in Africa who are in the race category as Black, thousands of islands in the race category as Black, Haitians and Black Americans. So you could look at it like this. These people are being sued for not knowing that when you use Black as a qualification or to target people, you're really saying nothing. So like they're being sued for being ambiguous. They're being sued for not being specific. So that lawsuit became nationally controversial because supporters of her, the people who are not aware, was like, nah, man, Black women historically receive extremely low venture capital funding. No, that's a lie. Black American women have received extremely low venture capital funding, not Africans from Africa, Jamaicans, or Haitians. That's what Edward Blum saying. He said, hey, well, if that's true, then why is that Haitian woman part of this fund competition? She wasn't historically harmed by low venture capital. Why is that Nigerian woman in that fund competition thing? She hasn't historically been receiving extremely low venture capital funding. So he was like, yo, I thought this program was designed to address a documented disparity. That Haitian woman, that Nigerian woman, they don't have a documented disparity. So this is a race-exclusive grant program, and it violates equal protection and civil rights principles. Give me my money. And he sued, and they settled. She was sued for funding Black women, and Black women without a delineated term just means nothing. They got sued for being ambiguous. Okay? She got sued for not being specific. So she switched up. She switched it up. Read along with me. Arian Simone, co-founder of CEO Fearless Fund, and Edward Blum, a conservative legal activist, were the central figures in a high-profile federal lawsuit over diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, in corporate America. The litigation concluded in September 2024 when both parties reached a settlement, resulting in the dismissal of the lawsuit and the termination of the contested grant program. He ended her contested grant program and got paid. The court conflict, the sued program. In August 2023, Blum's organization, the American Alliance for Equal Rights, sued the Fearless Fund. The suit targeted the Fearless Strivers Grant Contest, which awarded $220,000 grants exclusively to Black women entrepreneurs. And don't forget, that means nothing, right? So Blum's argument was, hey, Blum, who previously engineered the dismantling of affirmative action in college admissions, argued that the race-exclusive contest violated Section 1981 of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. This law prohibits racial discrimination when making and enforcing private contracts. So I'm going to try to argue that the grants were charitable, giving protection of free expression under the First Amendment. They noted the program was vital because women of color, now it's women of color. I thought it was Black women. Now it's women of color? Is it Black women or women of color? You know, that is not the same. Because Black as a race, though Black as a race category, do not invite all women of color into that race. Women of color are part of the Asian race, they're part of the white race. Some are part of the Black race, but some are in the white race and some are in the Asian race. Okay? So the women of color receive less than 1% of all venture capital funding. See, all these folks are afraid to be specific. So now they try to act like, oh, the Trump administration. So now you got them. I'm giving y'all something. You got them. I'm giving you something. So when people gaslight you, say, hey, the Trump administration, you know, they fired 200,000 Black women and try to gaslight you. Say, no, 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 no. That was not the Trump administration. That was Edward Blum. And he is saying that those jobs they got violated Section 1981 of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Okay, that prohibits their employment. They were employed illegally. Their employment was supporting racial discrimination when making and enforcing private contracts. Okay? You feel me? Current aftermath. Following the conclusion of the lawsuit, Arian Simone announced that the Fearless Fund would shift strategies by launching a $200 million debt loan program to support under-resourced entrepreneurs. Family, that means white people. And white people, there's a lot of poor, under-resourced white people, entrepreneurs in this country. So basically, she bowed down. All right, I'll do it for white people. Under the guise of under-resourced entrepreneurs. Despite the financial hit from the litigation, he got paid. Simone remains committed to her core commission of funding historically overlooked founders. No, that was not the core of her mission. The core of her mission was Black women. Meanwhile, Blum continues to use his legal organizations to challenge corporate and private diversity initiatives across the United States. Got him. Got him. You dig? Edward Blum got Arian Simone up out of here. So it wasn't the Trump administration. Don't let people gaslight you. You say, no, it wasn't Trump. And it's, look, Trump, Biden, Jimmy Carter, this was a violation under every administration. Under every president administration. This is 1866. This is 1866. Abraham Lincoln said this is wrong. Okay? 1866. So that means that they have been violating this act. White people been violating this act for what? 160 years? Exactly. 160 years. They've been violating their own racial lies discrimination act for 160 years, family. Whites only. And now you see the wordplay with the HOLC, the GI Bill. It never really said no blacks, right? But the way they applied it, the way they maldistributed it, it landed in the hands of no blacks. You feel me? There's levels to research. Ain't nobody going to this like me, man. But folks want to complain because I'm demanding black excellence out of FBAs. And you're mad at me. Old men, too. Mad at me for demanding excellence out of the lineage. As I say, man, a lot of people are outaged and outdated. They got to go sit down. If you can't speak to the lineage correctly, go sit down. So we got to get black right. We got to get black right. Because we, black people in America, we need to speak about identity. You dig? We got to speak about proper identity so the Edward Blums of the world won't sue us down. So not only did he shut it down, he took their money. He got paid. Oh, 200,000 black women lost their jobs because they got the jobs illegally. They got the jobs based on race. Okay? They were violating the 1866 Civil Rights Act. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Copy, boss. Mm-hmm. Let me put it down here. Yeah, Edward Blum is knocking down all things race-based, and he's getting paid while doing it. That's why I believe the libtards had gave Edward Blum that idea. They're getting pressured to do things tangibly for Foundation Black Americans. They don't want to do things tangibly for Foundation Black American, but they don't have a real excuse. All the excuses are knocked down. And then the fact that we delineated and explained it and then self-identified, they really have argument. So they just say, all right, well, look, Edward Blum, this is my opinion. Edward Blum established the AER and not, so now we're going to pass these black initiatives knock them all down legally so we can speak. So now, that is a switchback. They get to gaslight us and say it was Trump. It was the Trump administration. So they put together, or they allowed people to put together race-based initiatives and programs, and then was in where Edward Blum early, because we want you to be the bad guy, the Republican Party. So go knock this down so we could blame and then blame Trump, and everybody wins. So now we got the Negroes back voting for the Democrats, and the Trump administration the bad guy, and they had nothing to do with this. You gotta read between the lines, but you can't if you're on Spaces on TikTok and YouTube, just watching Black American people argue with immigrants with no substance. Both of them just throwing rocks. Nobody's learning. Nobody's listening. You didn't learn nothing out of it. You got nothing out. You just wasted 2, 3, 4, 5. Some of them are 8 hours. You just wasted 8 hours of your life listening to the Shade Room, the modern world star hip hop, basically. those type of spaces, we are adding to our own erasure. That ain't Black excellence. Okay? I don't expect them. I don't expect nothing more than them. You dig? So when they do that, I'm like, okay, that's about right for a tether. But when I see us in there behaving unbecomingly like a tether, I'm like, okay, man, like what's going on? Are you trying to sabotage the brand? Then you call out these FBAs from doing that. Like, yo, what you doing? Yo, you wilding. Like you ain't even trying to educate the lineage. You know, using this tether as an example. You just, like both of y'all off. Y'all both need to sit down. Yeah. So listen, the 200,000 Black women who were laid off or fired, you make sure you tell those gaslighters that was not the Trump administration. They violated Section 1981 of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and they had to pay a lot of money to Edward Blum and his AAER, and then they had to make it a contest grant for all undeserved women. And we know there's a lot of underserved. We know there's a lot of underserved. She had to take the race thing off, no longer for Black women. They forced her to bow down and say uncle, say zaddy. And now her fund is for underserved women. And we know there's a lot of trailer parks. There's a lot of underserved white tea women. And like always, you'll see the white tea women take advantage of that underserved program more than the directed audience. And that is the problem when you are not keeping your ear to the streets, when you don't know about you found out the Tim Hardaway, the Penny Hardaway. You found out in a real way about Edward Blum. It cost you a nice, pretty penny. And now your program is sad because it's not addressing the issue that you wanted to address. You said Black women, Black American women receive less than 1% of all venture capital funding. So you want to do something for Black women. You didn't want to do something for all underserved women because your stat didn't read less than 1% of all, your stat didn't read white women or all underserved women receive less than 1% of all venture capital funding. Your stat said Black women. But now you switched up and now you have a pro T women. Right? So that's what happens, family, when you try to do something for Black people. We leave it like that, ambiguous. It gets knocked down, sued, drained financially, and now you're forced to reshape it for everybody. And everybody means not you. Just make that very very, very clear. When something is for everybody, that means not you. Everybody but you. That's what everybody means. Oh, this is for everybody. Yeah, everybody but you. Everybody but you. That's one of the main reasons why we must delineate. Okay? But they try to get, and look, it's crazy that these programs are being shut down because they're not using delineated terminology, and they're trying to act like their hands is tied. We don't know what to do. Well, we gave them the solution, delineation, and they act like that doesn't count, that doesn't exist. Oh, you know what I mean? So It's crazy, yo. We gave them the solution to answer, and they acting like it doesn't. Oh no, no, we're not doing that. We're just going to stop what we're doing. We're not doing that. We're not delineating. Yeah, but this addresses the Edward Blum. I know, but no, because you know why? Yo, what if the finesse was to make it for underserved white people to begin with? But it was a whole process. You got to do the black thing to get it knocked down and sued just to reestablish it for all underserved women and underserved. I keep saying underserved for all underserved women, starting with white people. Because after all, right? Aren't they the largest group per raw data? Delineation. And because we're not delineating, because people refuse to acknowledge delineating and delineation, we are dealing with a form of paper genocide. We're dealing with ethnocide today because people refuse to delineate and practice black excellence. I'm gonna add that there. We're not just delineating. We are now going forward delineating plus practicing black excellence. So let's just not leave it at delineation anymore. We're delineating and practicing black excellence. Is that okay? You up for that challenge? Are you up for that challenge to delineate and practice black excellence at the same time? Okay, we got it from the mud, right? Everything we got from the mud. But we ain't supposed to stay in the mud. That's what the other ethnicities do. They love playing in mud. You ever heard my analogy on? You ever heard my analogy of paper genocide? Where I talk about paper genocide from indigenous reclassification to Black American identity erasure. All right. So there's a great historical parallel that I'm aware of. Only I drew that connection. So the thing about research and researchers, great researchers eventually put things in their own word, come up with their own research paper. Okay? Journalists, what they do, they go get their own story. All right? So I do the parallel of paper genocide of the indigenous people to Black Americans today. And you can't talk about this without talking about Walter Plecker's Racial Integrity Act of 1924. Now, a lot of information I never heard before until I said it. And I've been around. And I ain't saying nobody ever done it, but they didn't do it like this. And when I talk about it, people be lost. Let me talk about it. So in 1924, Virginia's registrar of the Bureau of Vital Statistics, Walter Plecker, he implemented the Racial Integrity Act. You see? Racial Integrity Act. Wouldn't it be a racist to introduce racial stuff in the racist category? So this Racial Integrity Act deliberately reclassify indigenous people as Negro. I don't think you heard me. Oh, one second. By the way, the link's in the chat. The link's in the chat, right? Anybody want to hop on, they could invite themselves up. TikTok. We live, TikTok and YouTube. But check it out. In 1924, Virginia's Register of the Bureau of Vital Statistics, Walter Plecker, what did he do? He implemented the Racial Integrity Act, which deliberately reclassified indigenous people as Negro on official documents. Or you say it this way: indigenous people were reclassified as Negro on paper. So that act of paper genocide was an ethnocide, right? It effectively flattened distinct indigenous ethnicities into an unspecific racial category that included mulattoes, Black Americans, and hypothetical any African immigrants in that area. Look what's happening. Indigenous people had a specific ethnicity. Then that got stripped from them, and they got thrown into the race box, like Black Americans. So I'm showing you the historical parallel of paper genocide of the indigenous people and us Foundation Black Americans. So through that bureaucratic violence, that bureaucratic harm, indigenous people lost not only their recognized identity, but also the legal foundations for their land claims, cultural preservation, and political sovereignty. You heard that? What did we lose being with this flat black, when they took our Black ethnicity and made it a race? What did it do? Now, if we say, hey, this is for Black people, Edward Blum knocks it down. So through that same bureaucratic violence, indigenous people and Native Black Americans, we don't only together lose our recognized identity, but together we lose our legal foundations for land claims, cultural preservation, political sovereignty, and anything under the name Black. Edward Blum knocks it down, sue you, and then make you switch it up to include white people. Right. So we are experiencing a similar flattening of identity through a similar reclassification from specific ethnic terms to the generic racial category of Black. Now, this modern categorization creates an all-inclusive racial box that encompasses, right? So one more time, this modern categorization of Black race creates an all-inclusive racial box that encompasses anyone of African descent globally, regardless of their specific ethnicity, cultural background, or historical relationship to American history, American slavery, and its aftermath. Right? So Black used to be specific. It used to be all exclusive. It used to speak to Black Americans. The way we use it in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, we were talking about ourselves. Whitey people come behind us and they take off Negro from the racial box and they put Black there. So we're using Black ethnically, and they are documenting Black racially. So when we read the racial stats, we are gaslit to believe it's talking exclusively to us. And it never was. And it never was. Think about that. Think about that. Think about it. But you messed up. You shouldn't have touched it. You gotta wait now. See? You gotta wait. You know what you did. You gotta wait now. All right. So so the term Black racially defines people who could be from anywhere in the world, effectively erasing the unique ethnic identity of Black Americans to all inclusive. Come on, everyone. Come on down. Everyone, come see. The flying elephants. That's how they did our racial. That's how they did our ethnicity. They made it into a race, knowing full well we empowered ourselves and we named ourselves Black as an ethnicity. Right. Now, here's the consequences of identity flattening. This is what we're fighting against, and we got tethers trying to stop us from fighting, trying to restrain us. We're fighting against. Okay, let's talk about the indigenous people. Their identity flattening, when they were stripped of indigenous people, right, indigenous names, and thrown into the Negro racial box. What happened to them? They lost the loss of legal recognition as distinct nations. They lost the inability to claim ancestral lands. They lost cultural erasure through forced assimilation and destruction of tribal sovereignty. That's what happened to them when they was thrown into the flattening of blackness, or indigenous, the indigenous the Negro box. When they were thrown into a Negro flattening racial group, that's what they lost. Well, when they converted our Black ethnicity to a Black racial category, look what happened to us. It diminished claims to specific historical injustices, just as Aryan Simone about Edward Blum. What about obstacles in seeking reparations tied to slavery? Made it very difficult. Vulnerability to deed theft and property fraud. So they got stolen land. We're getting our land stolen. Deed theft. And dilution of political power through demographic diffusion. Demographic diffusion. My fault. So just as indigenous peoples experience systematic land theft following their reclassification, we Black Americans face what might be termed deed theft. So they dealt with land theft. We're dealing with deed theft. The systematic systematic appropriation of homes and property through legal loopholes, predatory lending, and fraudulent schemes. So both forms of theft are facilitated by the victim's reclassification into categories that lacked specific legal protections or recognition. Flattening your identity makes you vulnerable. The Indigenous Adoption Project, you don't know about this. I went to it last time. It's called the IAP. So the Indigenous Adoption Project, IAP, it removed Native Indigenous children from their communities and placed them with non-Indigenous families, white people, resulting in cultural disconnection and identity loss. So they didn't want these kids to be raised indigenous. That was some slick stuff. You see it with Black Americans. Why do you think we got upset when we started to see Black Americans adopted by, who was that? Brad Pitt, whatever. So what that do is these kids do not become raised ethnically Black or ethnically indigenous. They do that to disassociate these people from their ethnical histories, their past. This is why we say we have a problem with kids who are having dual lineage, right? They have, and they're raised by the other half. Now, if they're raised by their FBA parent, cool. Most likely they're on code. Most likely they live the life of an FBA. But if they're Drake and they're being, or Obama, and they're being raised by their whitey side, that means that they were not ever raised ethnically Black, like a Black American. They're cut off and therefore disqualified from ever being FBA. Right? Once again, look what I'm saying to you. The Indigenous Adoption Program, IAP, it removed indigenous children from their communities and placed them with whitey people families, and that resulted in cultural disconnection and identity loss. You feel me? So the whitey people purposely raised them as non-indigenous people. When we have these mixed kids as FBAs and the relationship doesn't work, and your exotic passport baby mama raised the kid, she's gonna raise the kid other than FBA. She's not FBA, so she don't know our culture. So this kid don't know nothing about cornbread. This kid only knows about collard greens in the bathtub. You feel me? This kid don't know nothing about Big Mac. He knows stovetop, what's that, hamburger helper. My man eating hamburger helper. Mayonnaise sandwiches. You dig? My man know what a peanut butter and jelly is. So it's ethnocide. He's ethnocided. Drake was ethnocided, and a lot of these folks are ethnocided. They're not foundational Black Americans. We are of the culture. We live the culture. So now look about us. Okay, so that was a planned project to disconnect them and erase their indigenous side. We Black Americans, we experience similar outcomes through disproportionate foster care placement, right? Adoption by non-Black families and educational systems that ignore or misrepresent Black American history and culture. Ethnocide, which is the systematic destruction of ethnic identity. What both groups experience, indigenous people and Black Americans, right? We both experience ethnocide, the systematic destruction of ethnic identity through bureaucratic reclassification, cultural assimilation policies, separation of children from their communities, legal denial of distinct status, erasure of historical narratives. So the reclassification of both indigenous people and Black Americans demonstrates how controlling terminology can be a tool of oppression. So by flattening distinct ethnic groups into generic racial categories, those in power can deny specific historical claims, appropriate resources, and erase cultural identity. We have to understand these parallels because it's essential for recognizing ongoing systems of control and for developing strategies to reclaim and preserve ethnic identity against forces of ethnocide. So when we hear tethers go against delineation, they are on board of the ethnocide. They are team white supremacy, team white T supremacy. I love TikTok shop. So what I do is this. I pull back the curtain on a specific tactic of systemic power, bureaucratic erasure, using paperwork. I'm the first person I know of to say Black Americans, we are facing paper genocide, and make this analogy to the paper genocide of our distant family, the indigenous people. They do this by bureaucratic erasure, these administrative people using paperwork, census boxes, and legal reclassifications to dissolve distinct ethnic identities, bless you, which in turn makes it much easier to deny us and them of their land, our land, assets, and legal rights to reparations and whatever else is titled to us. Okay? So if you look at how the state handled indigenous communities and us, Black Americans, you can see the exact same playbook being used across different areas. I keep telling you guys, I recognize patterns very well. So as I'm reading history and I'm studying us, I'm looking to indigenous people. I'm like, wow, that's similar to us. I'm very good with pattern recognition. I'm like, wow, because like the indigenous history is not my thing, right? My thing is Black American history. But as of late, I've been coming across indigenous history. And I'm like, wow, that sounds like us. Is that a coincidence? And it felt like it. The next time, I'm like, wait a minute. When you have that many coincidences, they form a pattern. And I'm like, yo, that pattern is drawing me to the conclusion of we are facing a modern modern time paper genocide right in our face. And that's why I'm like, we got to take black back. We can't not allow black to stay as a racial term. And well, we got to do that because then we can't use black in our own name. Like we got to run away from black at some point if we allow it to be a racial term. Okay. If we allow it to be a racial term, we got to run away from it because it's causing confusion. It's a racial classification and it's an ethnic word. It's an ethnicity. But it's not respected as an ethnicity in America. It's only really respected as a racial classification. Okay. So the core mechanism here is collapsing a highly specific ethnic identity with distinct political and historical claims into a massive generic racial category. Now, when I spoke about Walter Plecker earlier, the white supremacist who's responsible of the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, you got to understand, under his leadership, the state enacted what historians call paper genocide. Plecker systematically altered birth and marriage certificates, stripped away specific tribal identities like the Pamunkey or Mononkan tribes, and reclassifying indigenous people under the sweeping umbrella of Negro or colored. This pen stroke effectively erased centuries of sovereign tribal lineage, grouping them with Negroes, mulattoes, and Black Americans, right? And any immigrant from Africa at that time or Jamaica. What do you want? Okay. You feel me? So these indigenous people were thrown into a racial box called Negro that also had Black Americans there waiting, mulattoes, and any immigrant at that time were all in the Negro racial box. As a result, indigenous people identity was snatched away and flattened. That's a fact. So the issue is by treating Black strictly as a global race rather than recognizing a distinct domestic ethnicity, the unique history, specific cultural identity, and lineage-based claims of us Black Americans, we're made invisible on paper. That's what's happening. It's called paper genocide. It's ethnocide. It's bureaucratic erasure. Okay. So
Really wet. Look, you like wet. Wet.
it's crazy, family. It is really, really, really crazy. So I'm sitting here like everybody claiming to be a researcher, right? But I'm like the only one who pointed this out, made this connection. Like, yeah, what's up? I'm like, yo, what's up, man? Why this ain't being talked about? It's okay to have your entertainment, family. It's okay to have your entertainment. But at some point, you gotta know recess is over. You gotta get back to class. At some point, you gotta recognize recess is over and you gotta get back to class. This channel is class. This TikTok space is class. Okay? You want to join those toxic rooms and listen to people disrespect you? Go ahead. But at some point, you have to get back to class. My spaces are class. It's the classroom. Once an identity is legally blurred, it becomes incredibly easy for the state or fraudulent actors to deny specific debts, protections, or resources owed to that group. Okay, because Plecker's paper genocide broke the documented continuity of Virginia's tribes. The federal and state government both were able to deny them tribal sovereignty. Without recognizing tribal status, their lands were systematically stolen, carved up, or sold off. There was no claimants to the land because the claimants didn't exist on paper. In fact, because their paperwork was so thoroughly compromised by the state, many Virginia tribes were blocked from achieving federal recognition until 2018, family. These folks ain't get federal recognition until 90, almost 100 years afterwards. When we see that, when Black Americans know that history, and we see it being played out on us, what are we supposed to do? Look away, like we don't see it? Turn the other cheek, or do we have the right to speak up against that and find a way to get away from that? Okay, and one of those ways we found was to delineate, and then tethers come to me and gaslight me like that's not a legitimate counteract. That's a counterpunch. So we're looking at tethers like, wait a minute. So are you for? Are you pro paper genocide? Are you pro bureaucratic erasure? Are you pro erasing identity off the face of the earth, making us vulnerable to predatory lending and discrimination and school to prison pipeline? Stop touching that. Don't touch it again. Are you pro housing discrimination, job discrimination? And yo, listen, we are finding out in the worst way possible, but in a real way, we are finding out that all skin folk ain't kinfolk, and even our kinfolk ain't winfolk. I'm finding that in real time. Those who are of the lineage, they're kinfolk, but that don't mean they're winfolk. Winfolk mean winners, have an attitude of winning, want to finish the job, want to cross the finish line. And crossing that finish line requires you to do it with Black excellence. You got to bring your Black excellence. Get out the mud with the pigs. We are not pigs, but they're pigs. Get out the mud with the pigs. All these toxic groups, those are pigs in there, and we're right with them throwing mud. So who's the pig? So what I'm saying is Black excellence. Practice it. Cross the finish line, because we're win folks, right? We got a winning mentality, and we're bringing Black excellence with us. Okay. We are bringing Black excellence with us. We're not leaving that behind. At some point, recess is over and it's time to get back to class. My spaces are class. You want to sling mud? Go to those TikTok and YouTube spots. Have fun picking out. But that ain't Black excellence. This is Black excellence. And I took all the wrenches to give them back. And I'm giving the wrenches back to people of the lineage who I believe are win folks. right? So now the Winfolk is earned. The Winfolk wrench, it was called a Lineage wrench. It's now called a Winfolk wrench, and the Winfolk wrench is earned. A couple ways. The easiest way, pull up to my lives and have Black excellent communications in the chat. No toxicity, no going at people for no reason just because they said something you ain't like. It's not Black excellence. You don't look, you're not obligated to go back and forth in the chat. If you think they're saying something wrong, just have them call up. Encourage them to call up. Highlight my name and say, unbiased. Check out that comment. You think something wrong with that? You dig? Like, have me look at it. Because listen, one thing I never want, I don't want 500 live listeners and 30 is actually with me. Okay? I don't want 2,000 live listeners and 100 is actually with me. I'd rather just have 100. I don't want the facade. I want to know what I'm looking at. I want to know what I'm working with. Let me know what I'm working with, for real, for real. I don't want to be gassed. I don't want to be, oh my God, look at all these people here. No, sir, no, ma'am. 5,000 live viewers, but 30 likes. That tells me only 30 people are really rocking with me. I had to make people feel bad to press the like button. So I got to keep saying this every live to like the button. That should be natural by now. I've been live on this channel for 2 years. And so-called people who are Winfolk are just not just no. I'd rather have 30. I sound like Tariq now. When Tariq was trying to do the global movement, the global melanated movement. And then he got frustrated. Yo, just give me 300. Forget this global mass movement. Just give me 300. That's how I am now. Forget all these subscribers and likes, man. Just give me a hardcore, devout 35, 50. You feel me? I'm on a panel with FBAs who got a defeated mentality. And I'm trying to be nice. Because I've been peeped it. I've been peeped it, but I'm trying to give people some lineage. You might want to look into this. I'm over here talking about exonym, endonym, ethnonym, demonym, brain gain, brain waste, brain drain, brain circulation. I'm saying this almost every live. I get kinfolk on the live. I'm like, hey man, what's hyper selection? I don't know. So you was with me on the panel 100,000 times and you can't explain hyper selectivity? You can't explain hyper selection? Yo, so what were you doing? You on a spectrum or something, bro? Yeah, man, go. Nah, nobody lost their wrench, man. Y'all coming in late. Nobody lost their wrench. I'm over here. Everybody's on probation. And I'm assigning the wrenches more carefully now, right? So I'm assigning the wrench. You got skinfolk. Skinfolk is us and immigrants across the world. Then you got kinfolk. Kinfolk is everybody of the lineage. And then you got winfolk. You got people with winning mentalities. So I realized I gave wrenches to everybody unearned. Nobody earned a wrench. They were just of the lineage. They were just kinfolk, and I gave them a wrench. And I realized that was a big mistake because they really don't want to see delineation either. They don't have no more fight in them. They gave up. They got a pessimistic, permanent attitude. They are spiritually tethered. I'm over here talking to FBAs and I'm sensing this person ain't got no glow in them. No, where's the glow? Bro, you a spiritual tether. Don't want to grow, don't want to glow, defeated mentality. And you got a wrench nah. I don't believe you represent what I'm doing over here. Yeah, nah, listen. We need to maintain a youthful spirit. Okay? A youthful spirit will make you easily attractable to the youth. If you can't reach the youth, if the youth don't have no interest in it at all, there's something wrong. You're disconnected. You got to appeal to the youth some way, somehow. It's impossible to have the code is the leader when people are off code like that. You make us want to take leadership. Like, damn. I can't have you representing the lineage. You selling it out for clicks and views. You got people out here making us look like mud across the internet. And they got 10,000 views from FBAs. 500 shares, likes and stuff, FBAs. I'm like, yo, that's what we into? Support it. I mean, how is that different than World Star Hip Hop, the Shade Room? How are those spaces different? Now, we shunned. We got on and we shunned World Star Hip Hop, all these tethers who were broadcasting us in a negative way. We got on their bumper just to allow us to do it. That sounds like envy and jealousy. Oh, you can't do that. Let me do it. You ain't of the lineage. You can't expose us. You can't exploit us. You're not of the lineage. Let me do it. I'm of the lineage. Let me exploit us. Like, no. Black exploitation is either good or bad, no matter who does it. It's either good or bad. You feel me? So nobody lost a wrench can't have that mentality. The mentality is people should rock with me whether it's a wrench or not. And that's what I want to see too. I want to see who's gonna come in here and think they only could support my channel when they have a wrench. Like who is really? I mean, I've been on hella channels where they give out wrenches. You had to earn it, right? They see your name a lot. You're chatting in there. You're super chatting, whatever. You earned it, and then eventually they take it from you, and then you get it back a year, 2 years. That happens. I'm one of the few people who gave people wrenches that was you guys don't have a wrench nowhere else in life except over here, and you got it your first day, all because you said you were kinfolk. Nobody really earned it, so therefore I feel that unearned entitled energy in my chat. Folks start adopting tether spirits. So like I said, I'd rather be accompanied by people who I feel like rocking with me. What is a wrench? To have a wrench or no wrench? They'll be rocking because the message is the same. Now, if I switch my message up, yeah, you should, move around. But whether you have a wrench or not, is my message the same? Am I still kicking facts? Am I still unbiased? You dig? Am I still 10 toes on the lineage representing? Yeah, so I'm watching people. So now I want to see a pattern of Black excellence in the chat. And when I think I'm seeing that pattern, I wrench people up. So now I know it's not a mistake. Now I know whoever got a wrench, they deserved it. So once I give you a wrench now, there's no taking it back unless you undeserve it. But at least I know it's earned now. Okay. So let's see. We got people want to come up. Let's see if they made a mistake or it was intentional. Okay. I don't think timeout meant to come up. My fault. My fault, timeout. I invited you up. I don't think you meant to come up. Timeout. My fault. Yeah, but yeah, man. Like I'm realizing my support isn't as much people as I thought. So I'd rather be on Earth with my supporters. I want to know. I don't care if it's 10 people, fine. At least I know I got 10 supporters. I don't want to have 10 people. It looks like it's 10 people, but it's really 3. Like who wants fake friends? You dig? Who want to hang with relatives simply because they're your relative, but y'all got nothing in common. Y'all actually don't like each other. Who wants to be around relatives like that? I say just stay over there, bro. Yeah, so we gotta have the winner's mentality, man. Okay. So let's get back to the analogy, the parallel of Black Americans and indigenous people. I'm juxtaposing us. I'm showing we're different people, but we are being harmed similarly. And Black Americans, we found it out first before we were totally erased, before we were totally flattened out. Okay? Now, when we, as Black Americans, attempt to organize and demand lineage-based reparative justice, land or systemic debts owed to our ancestors, okay, owed to our ancestors and then us, because we were harmed too. They were harmed systematically. We were harmed systemically. Big difference. Okay, so we do that. We ask for it that way because the state can use the generic Black racial box to dilute or deny our claims for lineage-based reparative justice. If that's not called lineage-based reparative justice, if it's just called Black-based, if it's called Black reparative justice, if it's called Black land debt, if it's called land theft, if it's called Black systemic debt owed to us, that generic use of Black in the racial box dilutes and deny all of those claims I just suggested. So if a policy is meant to address the specific damages of American Jim Crow and chattel slavery, but the eligibility criteria is expanded to a global racial category, the specific lineage is denied its targeted relief. Y'all heard me? If we don't get the words and language right, we don't get the words and language right, what happens is the door that's meant for just us to walk through gets expanded to tethers. This is why they are upset. They are entitled to everything that's for us. So when they gaslight you, say, hey, you're divisive, you're xenophobic, just ask them back, hey, bro, do you believe you're entitled to something that's only for me? Just ask that one question. Hey, I'm xenophobic, divisive. I'm I'm part of an HATE group. I got a leader. Okay, all that stuff. Cool. Let's consider that. But let me ask you, do you believe you're entitled to things that's only for me? And wait for that answer. And you will uncover, you will undisguise that Dracula. You will undisguise that Dracula if you were like that. Ask them, just flat out ask them, hey, do you believe don't even answer the xenophobic question or divisive question. Don't even ask that. Don't even answer that. Ask, hey, do you think you're entitled to things that's due to me? And if they say no, say, okay, all right, take care. Don't even go any further. Let them rest their hat on that. Let them sleep on that. Here. Not getting a toy because you didn't go to sleep. Okay, here we go. You're divisive, xenophobic, all that stuff. Just ask them, sir, ma'am, do you think you're entitled to things that's due to me? And you could say, look, this is hypothetical. Hypothetically, if something was owed to me, do you believe it should be owed to you as well? And if they say no, but okay, well, that's what the Black thing does. The Black thing makes you, it opens the door to you. And by opening the door to you and you walk in, nobody gets it. if you walk in that door, if you can walk in that door, if you have a key to that door, if you have a key to the door that only Black Americans supposed to have a key to, if you have a key to it as well, then there's nothing for anybody. So you could say, hey man, if something is specifically owed to me, do you believe it's owed to you? No. Okay. So if a door has a lock and only the people who are assigned a key supposed to be able to unlock that door, and if somebody else unlocked that door that wasn't assigned a key, and if they can do it, then nobody gets in the door. Do you think that's cool? No. Cool. Okay, cool. All right. So think about that. Go home. Go home and think about that. Salik Bay in the building. Oh yeah, I forgot. Thank you, Salik Bay. I had just created a membership thing. I was never gonna do that, by the way. But I said, you know what? Let me do something. Let me start doing it. Because I want to narrow it down. Salik Bay joined I got something called a Lineage loyalty support. It's called Lineage loyalty support on YouTube. It's like $3.99 a month. And it just support. It's just financial support. But for those who are really want to see me win, right? Want to see my channel grow because they believe what I say is impactful. They believe what I say can make a change in all of our endeavors, all of our reparative efforts, our delineation efforts. If people really believe that I serve a unique purpose in this lineage, in this movement, that is for you. That membership thing is for you. Slick Bay, no surprise, he joined because my guy be like the number one. Him and Fresh always is like the number one financial contributors. You got others, but them two like OD. Okay, so anyway, if we have a key to a door, and the contingency is if another person opens that door who we did not assign a key to, nothing behind that door is yours. Then tethers, we can't let you open that door. So we're delineating. And I'm speaking to the tethers. I'm not speaking to the Afro-African immigrants who are not tethers. When I'm saying tethers, I'm speaking to the tether class because these are the only ones who call in anyway. Are there any non-tethers on the internet? Are all immigrants on the internet the tether class? That's what it seems like. All right. So, again, if a policy is meant to address the specific damages of American Jim Crow and chattel slavery, but the eligibility criteria is expanded to a global racial category, the specific lineage is denied its targeted relief. We're not going to let you guys sabotage us anymore. Okay? If you look at physical property theft, right, where indigenous people suffered structural land theft, we Black Americans, we face modern deed theft. I'm showing you the juxtaposition between us and indigenous people, indigenous Americans. I'm showing you a lot of hardship that was placed on them by the white man almost 100 years ago is being placed on us. The way they erased the white man and just threw them in the Negro racial box as nothing. They're trying to do that to Black Americans. They're trying to erase us and throw us into the Black racial box. That's nothing. Because at the end of the day, a Jamaican can hop out the Black racial box and be a Jamaican. So he can go from Black racially, nothing, hop out and say, now I'm Jamaican. A Zimbabwean could jump out the Black racial nothing box and say, I'm Zimbabwean. Hey, don't put me in that box. A Haitian can do the same. They could jump out the Black racial box and say, nah, that's a finesse. We learned from unbiased Ron spaces. Yeah, nah, I'm a Haitian American. everybody who's included in that box can hop out, but Black Americans. We are the only ones who stuck in there. Because if Black has been hijacked as a racial term, then what is our ethnicity? On paper, what's our ethnicity? We don't have one. They assigned us a racial, they assigned us a racial term that's all inclusive to all immigrants of African descent. And people think we're crazy to identify that and get up out the box ourselves. Not working. Indigenous people have suffered structural land theft, and we Black Americans are facing a modern deed theft. Through predatory legal loopholes, forged signatures, and structural scams, historic Black owned homes, and generational land are stripped away from families, directly interrupting the transfer of generational wealth, because generational wealth is passed down through home ownership. A key element of erasing an ethnic group is disrupting the community's ability to pass its culture, identity, and wealth down to the next generation. I spoke about the Indian Adoption Project from about roughly 9 years, from like 1958 to 1967. The federal government ran the Indian Adoption Project, IAP, which systematically removed thousands of indigenous children from their tribes and placed them with white non-native families. The explicit goal was assimilation, breaking the child's tie to their sovereign nation and identity. They got buck broken. Family, they got buck broken. So now you have something similar to that. I'm making the parallel. I'm drawing an analogy. I'm juxtaposing us to indigenous people, and I'm showing that what they faced that erased them, essentially, we're facing it now. We just identified it earlier. So they had the Indian Adoption Project, 1958 to 1967, to break them, to disassimilate them from their tribalness, the tribe, to become a nothing. You got foster care disparities in America, right? Black American families, we face deeply disproportionate rates of children welfare interventions. Black children are removed from their homes and placed into the foster care system at rates vastly higher than white children for similar family circumstances. This continues a cycle of destabilizing families and severing kids from their cultural roots and community support networks. You got FBAs living with white people and being raised non-FBA, behaving like Drake. Right? Y'all out here raising Drakes. So all the passport brothers that's linking up with these non-FBAs, white people, and when they run off with the kids, your kid becomes a Drake. All right? Your kids become Drake. So ethnocide or ethnocide is ethnic erasure. Okay? It's when a dominant system forces an all-exclusive racial box onto a specific lineage. It performs a dual erasure. It strips away the political weight of that group's history. It protects the state from having to pay out specific legal, financial, or material debts. So whether it's rewriting an indigenous birth certificate in 1924 or ignoring specific Black American lineage in 2026, the strategy remains entirely unchanged. Is modern paper genocide. Thank you. We got Donnie. Donnie also joined. the Lineage Loyalty Support. We got True Word Scholar. You dig? Appreciate it. All right. I mean, who can argue this? Who can argue this? Who wants to argue this? Like, it's just a fact. This is why, like, when tethers call up, like, we do some dirty. It's like, dude, are you really trying to argue against this? So they call our bluff and get destroyed. It's like, yo, y'all really believe we were like unintelligent? Yo, y'all really believe white supremacy? Hey, yo, the tethers, they join TikTok, they join my TikTok, they join my YouTube, and they really believed white people when they said we were idiots. They found out. My man yesterday, JB5, he found out. He was trying to. I had my man crash out in the most professional way. he didn't do a typical 4T where he yelled and hung up. He stood on. He stood on the line. Family, wait till y'all hear that one. That dude actually crashed out with professionalism. We made him basically agree that we deserve being affected by systemic racism. Like, that's pretty much what he concluded. Systemic racism is okay as long as it's happening to just Black Americans. Destroyed him yesterday. Truth Teller was on too. Destroyed him. Okay? Destroyed him. And he thought he was going to cook, family. He's a banker. His family, his father, whatever, was hyper selected over here. He thought he was going to cook. I felt, look, Truth Teller did most of the talking. Because I really felt bad for the dude. I said, damn, bro, I'm about to just really end you, my guy. And then Truth Teller did most of the heavy lifting. And at the end of it, I hopped on and annihilated him. So to start off, wait till I hear this one. To start off, Truth Teller's going at him. A little too soft. I jumped in front of Truth Teller. Let me at him. And then I left and let Truth Teller take care of him. I popped in every so often. And then I let Truth Teller just take it away. And then I came at the very end. Finish him. So I came in during that part. So Truth Teller was destroying him. And he won. Flawless victory. Perfect. And then I came back in when they said, finish him. Then I came in. Pop, 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 pop. First, always, thank you for becoming a Lineage loyalty supporter. Okay. All right. Let's continue. So, in the study of systemic oppression, violence is most easily recognized when it's physical, obviously. Historians readily document the overt horrors of massacres, forced marches, and armed land seizures. However, the state possesses a far subtler, more permanent weapon, the pen. The pen, through bureaucratic reclassification, the intentional rewriting, of census categories, birth certificates, and legal definitions, the state can systematically dissolve distinct ethnic identities. This process, which can be termed bureaucratic flattening, reduces highly specific ethnic populations with unique political and historical claims into a massive homogenized racial categories. An examination of the historical treatment of Virginia's indigenous tribes under the eugenicists, Walter Plecker, reveals a precise structural blueprint. The blueprint is not a relic of the past. It directly mirrors the modern structural experiences of Black Americans, exposing how identity erasure is consistently weaponized to commit asset theft and break generational wealth. Right? What I did was I pointed out striking structural parallels in how the state treats the descendants of persons enslaved in the United States, as opposed to, no, along with indigenous people. The distinct ethnicity of our group is routinely collapsed into the sweeping global racial category Black. You dig? Black accurately describes a shared racial phenotype and global solidarity against anti-Black racism. It completely flattens ethnicity within the legal and bureaucratic mechanisms of the United States. In census data, government tracking, and civil rights policy, a Black American whose lineage traces back 400 years through chattel slavery and Jim Crow is placed in the exact same bureaucratic box as a first-generation immigrant from Nigeria, Jamaica, or even France. This flattening creates an acute form of cultural and political invisibility. It blurs a specific domestic ethnicity, one defined by a unique history of forced labor, redlining, and state-sanctioned segregation, into a generic racial designation that could apply to anyone of African descent anywhere in the world. The state does not flatten identity of mere laziness. The blur is intentionally weaponized to protect power and execute asset theft. If a group does not legally exist on paper, the state cannot owe that group a legal or financial debt. One more time. If a group does not legally exist on paper, the state can now owe, no, if a group does not legally exist on paper, the state cannot owe that group a legal or financial debt. Let that resonate. Let that resonate. Back to Walter Plecker and what he did with the indigenous people of the world from his Racial Integrity Act of 1924. Through letters, official bulletins, and outright intimidation of midwives and county clerks, Plecker ordered the retroactive alteration of vital records. Indigenous families who had been recorded as Indian for generations were forcibly reclassified on birth, marriage, and death certificates as colored or Negro. By flattening these distinct sovereign identities into an unspecific racial box alongside Black Americans, mulattoes, and any arriving African immigrant, Walter Plecker achieved a dual objective. He maintained the rigid color line required by Jim Crow, and he legally defined an entire group of indigenous people out of existence. Hey, family, I believe these chat GPTs, AIs, these were around at that time. I believe this AI stuff is 60 to 100 years late for us. Because I'm like, yo, how did they paper genocide us? like how they find a modern, I mean, these guys ain't that damn smart. I'm like, yo, how they find out a modern way to to use the same play again? Can you imagine a football team in the Super Bowl? The game is tied. They used, or matter of fact, they're down 5 points. Okay. They're down 5 points in the Super Bowl. They use a triple reverse halfback toss to the quarterback in the end zone. Now, a play like that will be like a top lifetime play ever in football. If that was used to win the game, that would be something that nobody in football will ever forget. Can you imagine 2 years later, they're back in the Super Bowl against the same team, same staff, everything. They're down 5 points again. Okay, and it's 3 seconds on the clock. Don't you believe that team will look out for that play? Can you imagine them pulling that play off again? But this time throwing it instead to the quarterback, throwing it to the tight end. Like, and they fell for it. They'd be like, "Oh, ain't no way these guys are that smart." Yo, they're getting help. Like they got cameras in our locker somewhere in the field. Like they're seeing something we're doing. There's no way they pulled this play off twice in complete success. I'm like, yo, I think these whitey people, they had to ask ChatGPT in the 80s, how can we gentrify? No. How can we paper genocide, ethnocide, foundation Black Americans, similarly how we did indigenous people, but covert, like not so outright like that? They had to. And I believe these AIs had gave them the blueprint 50 years earlier than we got it today. There's no way they're that smart, man. There's no way they thought about this by themselves, man. They were working with the devil or something going on. There's no way this is in their brain. Like it's no way in their intellect. No way. No way. This was clever. Instead of changing their classification to a racial box, like let's say if the racial box was POD, people of African descent, and let's say if they was like throwing us into that, okay, Black Americans, you're no longer Black Americans, you're POD. Like we will too quickly associate that with the indigenous people. Like, oh no. But they did the inverse way. Like they said, okay, we're not gonna reclassify them. We're gonna make them the reclassification. We're gonna put everybody in their box. So instead of putting the indigenous people in somebody else's box, we're gonna put everybody in Black American box, in Black Americans box. I'm like, yeah, there's no way they thought of this stuff for themselves. There's no way. They were using AI 50, 60 years. They had to. There's no way that is clever, man. There's no way. They used paper genocide again and got away with it. We caught them before it was finished. Before it was finished, we caught them.
Got him. Got him.
We caught them. Before it was finished, we caught them. We were almost entirely erased. Yeah. Hey, yo, great point. Yeah, Enigma said the devil was their ChatGPT. That is well said. The devil was their ChatGPT. Oh, I'm saying there's no way they did all of this across the world and not had this right there. Because I know other nations like, yo, man, they ain't that damn smart. How they always ahead? In a deceptive way. Because when other nations use ChatGPT, it's to serve a real issue that they got going on in their country, right? They're trying to close up the leaks. They're trying to put band-aids on the leaks and maybe do surgery on the leaks, like, close them up for good. They're not thinking of ways to deceive the world. They're not thinking of ways of deceiving the world. So for me, the wrenches were gone, but I'm gonna put them back. But for me, it's who's gonna stick around to my lives, without a wrench. These are the people that I know is with me. The people realize they ain't got a wrench, so they ain't coming back. Those are the people I don't want back. Because now I'm delineating with my chat. I want to know who's really down and who's not. That's why I did a Lineage loyalty support membership. Those who supporting that, I know they really got a vested interest in this channel and myself. Okay. So now I got to find out. I got to find out who's really down. Are you still down, Tupac? Yeah, but I believe they've been using ChatGPT all this long to dominate the world, man. Like even with the Edward Blum and the libtards, like that was clever. That was clever for, again, this is my hypothesis. I believe it was clever for the libtards to say, hey, these foundational Black Americans, they are forcing this tangible thing on us, and I don't think we can deny them anymore. I think because they debunked all of our excuses, I think we got to cave. So Edward Blum, I need you to create an organization like the AAER, the American Alliance Equality Rights Organization, to sue these programs that we're going to set forward. It's going to be easy because they're going to be under the name Black. And you know, Black is a racial term. This violates this racial, doing anything this racial term, this violates, move. This violates the 1891 the violated this violates the section 1981 of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Okay, wait. Okay, that's what this does. This violates that. So you're gonna win the lawsuits and you're gonna get paid. Now I want something on the back end though. You dig? But you're gonna win money and you're gonna force them to make it for all people underserved. And you know ain't nobody more underserved than us. Because we are the most failures in this country. We got trailer parks everywhere. So yeah, so make that happen. It's a win-win. Now we get to tell these Black Americans, hey, we gave y'all tangibles, but look what happened. We got Black women hired. Don't forget, Black women doesn't mean Black Americans. That means immigrants. Look, we got 20,000 Black women hired. But guess what? They all got fired. And 200,000 Black women got fired under the administrative of Trump. See, it's Trump. It ain't us. It's Trump. Get Kamala in there. It's Trump. It's Trump. It's Trump. No, man, but it's not. We know that this violates the 1866 Civil Rights Act, which prohibits racial discrimination when making and enforcing private contracts. You right. Wow, AOC, you right. Let's do it. Okay, so form the organization, and we're going to give you a list of all of the tangibles under the race term Black in advance. But don't hop on it. Let it get up. Let it get funding. Let it hire people. Let it get funding so you can soon get money. Let it hire people so we can fire them, right? And then make it look bad under the Trump administration. Shake hands, and there you go. Edward Blum is suing, everything moving, and Trump is getting blamed, not the fact that all these hires were illegal. All those hires were illegally done. They were hired under the racial discrimination that violates the Civil Rights Act of 1866. All of those DI hires were illegal. You hear me? So nobody got fired from a qualified position. They all got fired because they were racially hired. It was actually, they were hired under racial discrimination. So I was wondering why, like the TPUSA, Charlies of the world, be like, it's racial discrimination. I'm like, why he keep saying that? I know he don't believe like folks are discriminating against white people. And then we see like such a case exists under the race category Black. It's wild, yo. Wild finesse. And it takes a real journalist, a real researcher to connect the dots. Wild. All right, so where did I do that? Different cultures, languages, and things like that. So Black is a race, okay? That white people came up with in 1977. Okay, so we're talking about the OMB, the Office Management Budget. But even with that, the race category is a racial construct made up by racists. So Walter Plecker, with the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, had introduced race to cause confusion and steal land from the indigenous people. So he came out. So he said, "Hey, you," which is called paper genocide. He said, "Hey, you indigenous people, you are no longer indigenous anymore. That's your ethnicity, right? You're no longer that. You're flat Black." But at that time, the flat Black wasn't flat Black because Black wasn't around. It was the flat Negro. So he made them the flat Negro. He said, "Hey, you're just a Negro." Now watch this. Just the way Black operates today, the way Negro operated back then, that's everybody that's dark, right? So the white people went across the world. If you had dark melanin, you were a Negro. So again, like it showed no specificity. It showed no, it didn't tell you who you were. It just said, hey, you're this flat Negro. And they did that to strip your identity from you and what belongs to you. So by reclassifying them as Negro, they were able to steal their land on paper. You got it? So now in America, there's, so black was hijacked. It was our ethnicity. Our government went behind our back and made it a race. And so that became the new race, replacing Negro. And then they threw, now we thinking, okay, what does that mean? Because we're the only people in America at that time who can represent black. We're 99.9% of anybody who can say they're black, racially, or, you know what I mean, of African descent. We're the only people in the country at that time, 99.9. The representation of Jamaicans was like below 1%, like 0.0 something crazy. But they were not, there was no huge representation of them at all. Like, so it wasn't even thought of. So when you said black people at that time, we were the only thought in anybody's mind for 30 years. Okay, because the mass influx of these people, these West Indians and Africans didn't come until like 2000, like 2010, when they came like in the millions. So they always had a insignificant presence where they wouldn't even consider, when we said black, they wouldn't even consider, it was so small numbers, they wouldn't consider. So for us, we felt like racially black meant something exclusive. We were unaware that it was very inclusive to everybody that got melanin, right? So, but we still operated it as an ethnicity. Like I said, we call all our affairs black. So, so now it's a race because white people created it and said it's a race. Racist people said it was race. But this is hindsight. Nobody has the right to tell you what you are from afar, right? Europeans just can't go around calling people, hey, you're this, you're that, and you become that or this. That's not how that works. Like people got to accept that. People got to say, okay, or they got to at least call themselves that. So everybody in this world had identified themselves prior to being in contact with white people. White people disrespected everybody's identity. They went around renaming people. They called the people of Kemet Egyptian. Like that, so they call up people in their name. Hey, you're not the Kemet people anymore. You're Egypt, right? The people of Kush and Nubia, you're no longer that. You're Sudan. Well, that's the Arabs. The Arabs renamed them, right? They were Mali, Guinea. These are West Africans who were renamed Sudan. So people went around renaming dark people of the world out of disrespect, not out of respect, out of disrespect. So anyway, to come back around. So they're black racially, just like everybody else. So because this social construct, this modern social construct, but identity wise, that don't mean nothing. So if I said this, so watch this. If we in an auditorium, we got 100 Nigerians, 100 Haitians, 100 Black Americans, and we got 100 Jamaicans, right? And they say, hey, everybody black stand up. And we're all that's there. Wouldn't we all stand up? Black racially, right? But if they say, hey, all right, if they say, hey, only the Nigerians stand up. Wouldn't it just be 100? Wouldn't it just be 100 people?
Right. I mean, I get that.
Right. Hold on. But okay. Wait. Follow me. So when they say, so now they say, don't sit down. So we got 100 Nigerians standing up. Then they say, okay, Jamaicans stand up. Now we got 100 Jamaicans. They said Haitians stand up. We got 100 Haitians. What name for us they're going to use to get to stand up? Because they can't say black. Remember, black covers everybody. So what name do they have for us for stand up? What name?
Black.
They can't use
Americans.
It. No, because Americans are
African Americans.
You see how confusing that is? That was the goal. The goal was to flatten black where it didn't mean anything. Because now when they're trying to break down the groups, everybody had an ethnic name but us. Because they took our ethnic name and made it a racial term. Right? So ethnically, Jamaicans are Jamaican. Their nationality is Jamaican, and they're West Indian, they're Caribbean, and they're Yardie, right? Everything but black. They don't call themselves black in any of their dealings. White people call them that on censuses, like they do us. So only on paper, they're acknowledged as black, but they don't acknowledge that in the regular daily affairs. Go ahead. Paper genocide, baby. Bureaucratic erasure. Ethnocide is what's happening. Ethnocide. Maxwell Jenkins, $2 super chat. Thank you very much. And we had another member, Maxwell Jenkins, also Lineage loyalty support. Appreciate you, brother. Like I said, everybody who are true supporters of the what I'm doing on YouTube will get their wrenches back. Right now, I'm just observing. You dig? That's all. Because I don't want to be backdoored. Because somebody on TikTok, I got invited to rooms, and I feel like I got backdoored in some rooms. Like, yo, who the hell just invited me to this room to get backdoored? Anyway, anyway. So. I talked about that. One second, family. It just keep raining on and on and on. So, for us Black Americans, as I said, no, do I want to do that? The generic word black as a racial box, it serves a similar gatekeeping function against reparative justice. When we Black Americans attempt to organize and demand lineage-based remedies, such as reparations for chattel slavery, systemic redlining, or the racial wealth gap, the state routinely dilutes these specific claims by routing resources through broad race-based diversity initiatives rather than lineage-based programs. By using race other than ethnicity as the metric, the state can claim to serve the harmed population while failing to pay the specific debt owed to us Black Americans, right? So the physical manifestation of this asset theft has merely evolved in its wording, where indigenous populations suffer massive structural land theft via broken treaties and paper erasure. We Black Americans face a rampant modern crisis of deed theft, as I spoke about earlier. A lot of predatory legal loopholes, forced signatures, fraudulent scams, historic Black-owned homes, and generational land were stripped away from our families. Okay, because Black Americans, we have historically been denied equal access to legal protections and banking equity. Institutional actors of scammers easily target our properties, cutting off the primary vehicle for transferring generational wealth. So they want to gaslight us, come over here and look at us like, look at these folks. They're lazy. Look at these folks. They're lazy. Not buying that. Not buying that. And we know they know better. We know they know better. So ultimately, what Walter Plecker enacted in 1924 and what modern bureaucratic structures perpetuate today is a form of ethnicide, the systemic erasure of a people's cultural identity, history, and lineage through administrative power. Whether it is a eugenicist typing colored on the back of an Indian birth certificate or a modern policy document using an all-inclusive racial box to deny a lineage base debt, right? The mechanics of power remain completely unchanged. True justice requires rejecting these flattened categories and recognizing that specific historic harms demand specific lineage-based restoration, right? So I was the first going around with complete evidence saying the only Black people are Black Americans, right? Then I came around saying Paper genocide is happening all over again in the modern era in 2026. 100 years later. The Racial Integrity Act family was 1924. 100 years later, that's 2024. You dig? Just about 100 years later, family, the same, and they're laughing. They're like, yo, we're going to do a 100-year anniversary of paper genocide, but we're going to put it on Black Americans. It's going to be hilarious because they won't even see it coming. They won't even see it coming. The same play. The same play. And they won't see it coming. Guarantee you. You think so? I know so. We got ChatGPT guiding us on how to get this done. Okay. So that's why I'm so gun-ho on gatekeeping Black. Gotta gatekeep Black. We cannot just willy-nilly let tethers take on Black and act like it ain't no big deal. I'm saying it's a big deal. And I think Tariq Nasheed is like hinting towards that now. Cause I heard him be more aggressive towards that than ever. I'll listen to one of his premieres, and he used the word dark to describe African or immigrants abroad. So, or foreign Africans and Caribbean. Like he used the term dark to describe them. So I believe some of my content could be echoing in his ears somehow, some way. But I heard him. Normally he'll call them Black, but I think he is starting to come around. Because my argument is that FBA, Solon, the Freedmen, Adults, we are a distinct ethnic population. We're formed through U.S. chattel slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, Reconstruction, anti-Black legal exclusion, and unique cultural development. Okay? But we are administratively flattened into a broad racial category that includes recent African immigrants, Afro-Caribbeans, Afro-Latinos, Black, we're already there. Black, we already in that thing. But you got anybody who can pass that claims they got African ancestry basically we're in that flattened box along with them. Meanwhile, they all got ethnicities to separate them out the black box, but we are the only ones stuck in there. Stripped away our ethnicity the same way they stripped away the indigenous people ethnicity. That's what's happening. That's what I'm talking about. That's what this is about. Okay? That is what I'm talking about. So if anybody want to come up and have this conversation, the YouTube link is there. The TikTok, you can invite yourself up. And I will oblige you in this conversation. You dig? I talked about the Indian Adoption Project, IAP, boarding schools, forced assimilation programs, right? Those were done to indigenous people to sever cultural continuity, disconnect children from ethnic identity, and absorb them into dominant society, right? So all I did was draw the parallel that they went through to what we're dealing with today. And we're dealing with things similar to that. Foster system disparities, family destabilization, incarceration related separation, right? Go to jail, gone. displacement in all sorts, culture fragmentation, and historical disruption of family continuity under slavery and post-slavery systems. Right? So no, I'm not arguing that the comparison in our histories are identical. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is another way they're applying paper genocide. And for the same reasons, to flatten our identities, right? To weaken our distinct ethnic continuity and complicate that's going to complicate historical claims tied to land, lineage, inheritance, and political recognition. Walter Plecker's racial reclassification demonstrates how broad racial labels can erase distinct ethnic identities and weaken historical claims. That's what I'm pointing out. Okay? I'm saying this raw racial thing is a bad thing. People of indigenous background, native background, get harmed when that happens. So when we argue that modern racial classification under the broad term black similarly obscures our unique lineage, okay? That's our argument. This is our argument. And they're trying to gaslight us to act like we're tripping. So black, like Negro for the indigenous, black similarly obscures our unique lineage, history, and reparative claims as descendants of U.S. slavery and segregation. That's the argument, man. I can't, but somehow we are speaking English, and the people who gaslight us, they speak English, right? But somehow we need an interpreter to explain to them what we're saying. Somehow we need an interpreter to explain what we're saying in plain English. They read and write plain English. We read and write plain English, but somehow when we say it, they can't understand it. So we got to get one of their own to explain it to them the same way in English. There are structural parallels in administrative erasure and identifying flattening. Well, sorry. There are structural parallels in administrative erasure and identity flattening. So when ethnicity is flattened into a race, historical specificity becomes vulnerable to erasure. The concern is not simply terminology, family. They try FBA, bro, it could be SWV. It ain't gotta be FBA. It could be SWV. It could be Drew Hill. It could be NWA. You dig? It's not about the terminology. I keep saying that to people. Stop being caught up on Adolf or FBA. Yeah, you sank a spiritual tether. Y'all don't get it. The name doesn't matter. It could be our name can be the zebras of Zamunda, and it wouldn't matter. Like it's a delineating term, and everything we argue would be valid arguments because it's now specific. As long as we define the zebras of Zamunda as people who are affected by U.S. chattel slavery, we will get what's owed to us. So it ain't the term, family. The term could be anything, but it has to delineate. It has to explain the group in a way where we're separate from everybody else and we're entitled to what we're asking, we're demanding, we're fighting for. So it's not the term. It is whether a distinct people can maintain continuity of identity, inheritance, historical memory, and claims tied to our unique experience. That's what it's about. We can change the name next year and the year after. We can change it every year. But the core group is the same. The targeted people are the same. Don't matter what we call ourselves. Oh, and yeah, you know what's crazy? I'm telling you, it don't matter what we call ourselves. Tariq Nasheed said something similar, and people act like they never heard that. Like, so what I'm saying is I'm not rewriting stuff. I'm saying the obvious. Yeah, why do you think my conclusions normally line up with Tariq's or whoever else out there? If I had bad intentions or self-grandeur, my conclusions would be off. They'll be far away from the masses. My conclusion spot on. I said we're the only black people now. Now you got Hood Smart, FBA Gay. You got all these folks now arguing we're the only black people. Right? Now I wish they tuned in my channel to argue it correctly. They're doing okay. But you could see they got caught up. When Tether's counter argued with Noor, they got caught up. They found out what it was on the fly. But myself, I knew about that in advance. So when I came on TikTok and they brought up Noor, it was RIP to that stance. So the terminology doesn't matter. What matters is the group we're speaking about. Okay? So you got FB on the table, Foundation for Black American. You got Solon. You got Friedman. You got ADOS. And then I named something. I said, well, let me come up with something. You dig? Just to throw in the pot. I mean, and I said soul lineage. Like, that's the group, and we are the soul lineagers. Yeah, it sounds cheesy, but you know, I'm just like, why not? Why not? Throw one in there. I can't be a thorough researcher if I can't come up with something. And I would have liked Solon completely if it wasn't an acronym. Because the reason why I said soul lineager, because I know that when your ethnic identifier is an acronym, it actually is not exclusive as you think it is. So I want somebody to call in and let's talk about that. So what I'm saying is, if our ethnicity is an acronym, it's not as airtight as we think it is, because those letters each mean something differently. And what tethers do is try to tether on to one of those letters. Say, hey, I might be that. For example, ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery. Well, a tether is like, I'm not American, or am I? I'm from the Americas, and I'm a descendant of slavery. Foundational Black American. Hey, I'm foundationally Black racially in Haiti. See? Because Black, Black is for them too, racially. Hey, and it's in Americas. So I'm a foundational Black racially American in Jamaica. You dig? Like, all the acronyms, they can flip the words around and try to anchor themselves to it. So what I said was, if you just make up a word, if the word does not have a preset definition, it's impossible to do what I just said. It's impossible. Because you got the only definition to that made up word. So for example, if I make up a word, Zubuski night, there's no such word on the planet as Zubuski night. So when I introduce that word to anybody, it's new. Then I give it a definition. And the definition, the same definition that described FBA's Adolf Friedman, so on. Now, there's nobody in the world who could say I'm a Zubuski night. I made it up. There's no etymological breakdown you can do on that word. There's no preset definitions. I made it up. The only definition to Zubuski night. Now I'm just playing around. This ain't a real word. This is a case in point. The only definition that it has is a person who could tie their lineage to U.S. chattel slavery, Jim Crow, and the whole rundown. So I found a loophole with the issues with acronyms. So I said, you know what, soul lineage. But that's why I like Salon or Friedman, because those aren't really, well, they're a whole word, but they're also acronyms. So if Salon did not, because I didn't know Salon was an acronym. I did not at all until I Googled it. And it was, I said, oh, they messed up. But if it was just Solon, if that person takes away the acronym part of it and just say Solon, I believe that might be the one I would go with, because it's tether proof. It's a made up word with a definition to it. And it's the only definition tied to it. There's no other definition tied to Solon other than what's there. But the problem is those letters, they all mean something individually, and a tether can find their way in court arguing it belongs to them too. That's all I'm saying. Listen to Tariq Nasheed break it down about different terminologies for the lineage.
Of a rapper. What's her name? Mona Leo? I think that's her name. And somebody called in talking about her the other day. Now, this sister, I forgot what city she's from, but she did a video. She did a song called, was it Sexy Salon? Something like that. It was, I know it was Salon something. It was, I think it was Sexy Salon. Now, Salon, that's a term that our brother Marak and a couple other brothers who are in here, they've created that term. And it means the same thing as foundational Black American. It's the same thing. And that's actually a very good thing that we use different terms to describe the same thing. Strategically, that's a very smart thing to do, ladies and gentlemen. We should have the ability to use different terms to describe the same thing. Yeah? Because when you do that, that prevents targeted suppression of a single term. See, if you have a Renaissance movement and it just relies on one label, that's cool, but sometimes it can be easier for the media, tech platforms, political groups to try to target, censor, or do some algorithmic suppression of that term. So a lot of times, multiple interchangeable terms, sometimes that allows the movement to evade some type of digital censorship if it happens. And also, it kind of protects to a certain degree from too much co-opting and too much delusion. Like the dominant society, they try to co-opt the term. Having multiple alternatives, that allows the community to kind of pivot quickly and preserve the original message. So the ability to switch terms when need be in certain settings, that's the linguistic self-defense mechanism. So we've got to learn how to be very smart and strategic with the words we use. Like foundational Black American, Solon, descendant of slaves, freedmen, these are all the same terms. I mean, it means all the same thing. It's supposed to mean the same thing. It all means the same thing. It means people who are from non-immigrant backgrounds. And the thing is, in different settings, like if you're in a court setting, and we're talking about certain tangibles, we would use the term freedman, because there's already a legal federal precedent for that term. We already have the Freedmen's Bureau. So we would use that term so that the white supremacists won't circle back and say, hey, you're making a program based on race. No. We're making a program based on status, freedman. You understand? When we're talking about culture, we use the term foundational Black American, just general everyday cultural conversations. That's when we use that term. But the point is, we have to know how to interchange the terms when need be. That's a good thing. See, when you expand the terms, it resonates with different people different ways. You know, like an older person might not know what salon mean, but they'll know what freedman mean. Well, oh, freedman, okay, I know what that is. So they can relate to that. So sometimes different labels help different audiences connect with the message. You understand what I'm saying? And also, you better be able to use different terms, and these terms mean the same thing, and you keep the terms up, or you keep the spirit of what the terms mean. You keep that in the lexicon, because somebody might create a term or popularize a term or put a term out there, and then that term gets co-opted. And if everybody's just sticking to that one term and it's been co-opted, the whole shit goes to hell. That's what almost happened with ADOS.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Bruh.
Got him. Got him. So what happens is, family, we're not a group. We're not a cult. We're not part of a cult. There's no leader. So if that's true, then people are going to come up with certain different names for the lineage that they think is best fitting. Like I said, I seen that little loophole with the acronyms, and I'm like, yeah, the acronym stuff might be an issue. We're gonna need it, and you also think about it, all the ethnicities in the world, they're not acronyms. So I'm like, why we got the only acronym as an identifier, ethnic identifier? I'm like, yeah, okay. So these delineated terms work right now, but in the background, like Tariq Nasheed just said, that I agree with. I agree that we should be using these delineated terms right now because they're more popular, but we should be getting on code with a word that we just made up from scratch. No acronym. Like I said, Solana would have been that, but the acronym kills it. I love TikTok shot, my fault. But the acronym makes it no good. So, and that's for all of us to come up with something. I like the word soul because I feel like soul is a word that's exclusive to Black Americans. Just like how the Outcasts were able to win a trademark suit for the word ATLians, and they didn't even trademark it. Like, look how bad they are. They won a trademarking case claim with a term they came up with but never trademarked it. Another people actually legally trademarked it. So we thought, according to the rules, if I trademark it first, it's mine. Too bad. You should have known. No, they won a case. They won a trademarking case. A trademark case with a word they came up with in spite of never trademarking. They won the case. You know why? Because they made the term up from scratch. They put the only definition to it. So when this YT group from the UK tried to trademark it on some slick devil stuff, they lost. They were confused. Like, how we lose this? We got the only trademark. Yeah, but you didn't make up the word and give it the only definition. They did. So there's something into making up a word from scratch. Not an acronym, not words that already exist. You putting together to sound cool. No, they came up with a word from scratch. Your word don't have to mean anything, family. I'm a guy who studies words. I thought about Igbo. I said, what does Igbo mean etymologically? What does that mean? What they got to do with Africa? What they got to do with that tribe? Nothing. What does French mean? Like, we break down French. What is that? We break down these words. They mean absolutely nothing. But they identify as particular specific people. That's all that matters. The word don't have to be deep in thought. Just as long as it identify a specific group of people, that word is everything. Eritrean. What is that? Nah, the word don't gotta be broken down to something great. You could make up, you could shoot palala. You could say, hey, we the shoot palala. What's that? Oh, the founders black. That's the people who came through on translated slave boats and was forced to do slave labor. Or you could say, yo, we're the Shubalala. What's that? Okay, we are the people who are forced to build this nation from scratch. We're the ancestors of those people. We're the Shubalala. Shubalala. We are the Shubalala. What that mean? It don't mean nothing. Well, what's the etymological breakdown? Ain't one. I got a shoe. I got a belt. And I was singing La 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 the Fuji song. So Shubalala. That's the breakdown. When I thought of it, I was playing Fugees. I was tightening my belt, and I just put my shoes on. So Shubalala. You don't have to have some deep breakdown. What is Fulani? You dig? just as long as it's made up from scratch, never used before, no preset Western definition, no preset Oxford definition. It don't come from a different language. It's English born, English created, English characters. Now we got the only word for the lineage. It's impossible to tether onto this word. We made it up. Okay? So in the background, while we use these delineated terms, freedmen, and freedmen won't count because freedmen is an exonym. That was something given us. It was given to us by Abraham Lincoln. So you can't use freedmen like as a permanent ethnonym because it'll defeat the whole point of delineation. That's an exonym. We need an endonym. But it has to be one word. It could be long as crap, short as crap, but it has to be something we made up, and the only definition known to world mankind is what we say it is, like ATLians. That's a made up word that didn't exist nowhere in his life. And the only definition was the one they gave it. And they won a trademark case, and they didn't even trademark it themselves. Now they didn't know about trademark at that time. This is a black American group, poor, just getting to the game. So they didn't know about trademarking, right? But they happened to get lucky because they made it up from scratch. Now, if it was a bunch of English words with preset definitions they just brought together, they would have lost that trademark case. But they were protected because they made their name up from scratch. It never had a preset dictionary definition. The only definition to that made up word is the definition they gave it. Okay. All right. Where I'm at. Where I'm at. Where we at? Any questions? Invite yourself up. The link is there on YouTube. Any questions? But I come across this information because I do a lot of research and thinking. And I think that should be valued for people who are supposed to be serious in this delineation movement. So I can't even say your name. One Up Pow and You, $20 super chat. They said pronounce. He said one up. Oh, okay. One day, the first time I read your name, I got it right. And then I never got it right after that. Okay, so the correction, they put it in the chat. One up on you. Or one up on you. One up. Okay, I got it. One up on you. I got it. I haven't been here since day one, but probably for 6 months, you made me take Mr. Joseph Yochanan, I call him Mr. Joseph Johannesburg, and you said Mr. John Henry Clark down from my wall. The so-called master teacher's my hiney. It said, keep educating unbiased scholar. Thank you very much. So what up on you said my education ended up leading to them taking down John Henry Clark and Mr. Joseph Yochanan Johannesburg because they were never master teachers. They were Pan-African. They were men who were very fallible in their research, and they were glazed by Pan-Africans. That's a lot of the things that we hold dearly, even language and certain culture. A lot of things we hold dearly come from the Pan-African movement, like the word elder. That ain't something we threw around. You dig? Like you got the elder in the church. You got the elder in our households where we say, respect your elders. And then we got the Pan-African elder. But in our culture, we don't go around calling older people elder. Like, okay, when we were taught to respect our elders, we knew who they were talking about, but we never called them elders. Like my aunt was one of those people. My uncle was one of those people. My grandfather, grandmother, mother, next door neighbor, they were one of those people. But we never called them elders. Hi, Miss Johnson. Okay, hi, Miss Johnson, low-key elder. But we never call them elders. We call them Miss Johnson, Mr. Smith, Uncle Charles. And the church, they do a lot of elder talk. Right? But that outside of those environments, that is Pan-African rhetoric. That is Pan-African rhetoric. All right. So Tariq Nasheed did a video on Drake on how he's not FBA. I'm interested. I was gonna wait till the live went over. The live was done, but I need to know. Because I'd say Drake ain't FBA. All right. Real simple. And why isn't Drake FBA? Because ethnicities, ethnic people have the right to decide who's FBA, who's not by standards. Like we don't just point at people, you, not you, not you. She loved me, she loved me, she loved me not. No, we don't do that. We give a standardization of what makes somebody FBA. And we make it narrow. Remember, it can't be broad. Making things broad is the big mistake that got us in this problem now to delineate. So it got to be very narrow. There's a reason why Americo-Liberians are not considered FBA. There's a reason for that. Okay? And because they check some of the boxes, but you got to check all of the boxes. You miss a box, you're not FBA. Drake missed a bunch of boxes. He's not FBA. So nobody tells an ethnic group who's one of them. Igbo people got their own standards, who's Igbo. Fulani got their own standards, who's Fulani. The indigenous tribes in America got their own standards of who's one of them and who's not. North Sentinel Indians got their own standard, who's with them and who's not. The Chinese people, they got their own standard, who's one of them and who's not. America got their own standard, and it starts with citizenship, right? But everybody got their own rules of who's one of them, who's not. The Black Panthers, the Bloods, the Crips, they got standards to determine who's one of them and who's not. We got the same right. We got the right to come up with standards to decide who's FBA and who's not. And Drake ain't. Drake ain't FBA. Okay? He's a whitey guy from Canada. So I'm gonna play Tariq Nasheed. I want to know what he said. I'm curious. I know what he said before, obviously, but let's see what he's saying now. And those who like to learn about great stuff like this, then tune in. But if you like toxicity, then tune in those tether channels and those toxic FBA channels, and good luck to you. But guess what? When we hear you speak, we know where you've been. All right, we know where you've been when we hear you speak. All right, so hold on. Hold on. I almost forgot what I was going to do. Oh, tweet video. Yeah, because I am really interested in that.
That term was created by my homeboys, Moroccan Mike, and they came up with the term Solon. Solon is the same thing as a foundational Black American. All right? Solon is the same thing as a foundational Black. That term was created by my homeboys, Moroccan Mike, and they came up with the term Solon. Solon is the same thing as a foundational Black American. All right? Solon is the same thing as a foundational Black. That term.
There you go. All right. Yes, there's nothing wrong with coming up with delineated terms that you feel like is more tight. Because the bottom line is that we're trying to protect the lineage. All of us are coming up with names because we don't want tethers to be infiltrating and sneaking in, backdooring themselves in the lineage. That's why it's done, by the way. All right, let me get to where I'm getting to. The Drake video. Here we go. This is gonna be funny.
Byro, whatever your name is. Byro, hop on in.
Yeah, so can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Now, what's your name? What is your name, sir?
My name is Byron.
Byron. Okay, what's your screen name?
Byro Toshi.
Byro Toshi. Now, where's your family from, Byro?
Well, I'm born and raised in Phoenix, Arizona. My family's from pretty much the Texas area. My grandmother's from Austin, Texas.
Your grandmother's from Austin, Texas?
Yeah, she was born and raised in Austin, Texas.
Where's the rest of the family from? Because that's not a Texas accent.
No, I don't have a Texas accent. I'm born and raised in Phoenix, Arizona.
You sound almost Hispanic. Who's Hispanic in your family?
No, nobody. I mean, I grew up with nothing but Hispanic.
Where's the rest of your family from? No. Where's the rest of your family from, sir?
From Texas.
Where else?
Just Austin, Texas. I mean, from what I know, like on my dad's side, it's I believe like my grandmother was born in like New Mexico, something like that.
Something like that, man. Okay.
Bruh. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bruh.
Oh my God. Bruh. Stop the cap.
Okay, so we're just going to assume you're non-FBA because what you're saying don't make sense, sir. But okay, now what do you have to ask? Because what you said just don't make sense. So hopefully you don't ask nothing in bad faith. Because you sound like you lying, to be honest.
No, I'm 100% not lying. But my question was pretty much because I've recently started looking at your content online, and I seen you were covering the David case, and I was wondering, have you figured out whether or not he's FBA?
David, who's who?
David D4VD, the guy that murdered.
No, he's not FBA. He's his mother's Caribbean, and I think his dad is Nigerian. Yeah, he's not FBA.
Yeah, it's because I was doing some diving in, and I seen that his dad's name was spelled DAWUD or something like that. So I was like, just trying to wonder if they're going to try to pay him as a foundational Black American.
No, we shut that down. No. Yeah, he's go ahead. Yeah, he's non-FBA.
But my second thing that I kind of wanted to ask you is how come we aren't accepting Drake as a FBA? Like, I feel like his lineage, especially being that his uncle was in like Sly and Stone and stuff like that, I feel like we should be having him represent FBA, being that our blood is running through his veins and he's like super popular. Like, I feel like it's just it's weird for us to kind of like set him aside as like some Canadian non-FBA.
Well, why do you think the song "Not Like Us" was a damn?
No, I understand.
Yeah, the whole country said he wasn't FBA. That's what "Not Like Us" was about. Him being an outsider. That's what the entire song. The whole country said he ain't FBA, sir.
Right, but I feel like I feel like even me, like I have white cousins that are like half white, like they have like white dads, and my aunts like their mom and stuff like that. But they're off like Drake. They're like very like not they kind of, how do I put it?
Third, there's your lineage is also based on continuity. Your lineage based on continuity, right?
Right.
There's a continuity, land and bloodline. There's a continuity. Like, for example, they say that we, foundational Black Americans, we got West African DNA. Okay, we probably do. Some of us do. But we're not West African. I can't go to Africa and be like, hey, I got West African DNA. Here I am. They're like, go, nigga, get out of here, nigga. I'm not going to get citizenship without dropping a bag, sir. We're still foreigners. You understand? Right. Drake is still a foreigner. He was born in a foreign land. He has his dad as FBA, but Drake was a foreigner. He was born in a foreign land.
Right. But yeah, I don't know. I just been seeing like a lot of like videos popping up of him in Memphis with his uncle and stuff like that. And he had an interview on Hot 97 where he's talking to like, I believe Angie Martinez, and he's going down his lineage saying that that's like where he gets his inspiration for music.
But he was born and raised in a foreign nation. He had to fill out special paperwork to get here. Okay? When you have to fill out some special paperwork, he was raised as a Canadian by a Canadian mother. Okay?
Right.
So you are Canadian.
Right.
With FBA DNA. You see how that works? But he's still a foreigner. All right?
All right.
There you go, my man. Thank you so much. And I like Drake. I don't have a problem with Drake. But hell, the song Not Like Us was about just that. The whole country rejected him as being foundational Black American. And that's okay. That's not a bad thing. You're a cool Canadian cat. That's cool. All right? That's okay. Yes, hell, the whole world, hell, because they singing not like us. Hell, somebody made a good point. Hell, the whole world was like, you're not like us. Not like us means you're not FBA. All right? And it's all good. It's not a bad thing. Delineation is not a bad thing. It's all about respecting everybody's lineage and boundaries culturally so that we can come together and show respect and appreciate each other's culture without trying to co-op and cosplay. You see? Man, let me see. Yeah, because he got roasted. See, that you can tell he ain't FBA. In rap battles, you rap, you battle, you win, you lose. He did some Canadian shit. He went and sued because he got dissed in a rap battle. That ain't FBA, family. I'm sorry. That ain't no FBA shit right there. You go sue because you got out-rapped or you lost a rap battle and went to court. That's the most non-FBA shit ever. All right? Let's keep it a bean. In rap battles, if you take an L, you take an L. All right? You going. Drake was going back and forth. He wasn't being bullied or picked on. You going back and forth, going in on Kendrick. Kendrick hit him with that 1-2 haymaker, and bam, made the biggest diss record in rap history. It's the only diss record that won multiple damn Grammys. That's the diss record of the century. Yeah? And then you're going to run the court. That's some light-skinned foreign shit, too. He did some light-skinned foreign shit. That was light-skinned as hell to do that. Man. Come on now. That's some non-FBA shit. All right, let me see. We got a lot of folks in here. Respect to the family. Respect to the family, ladies and gentlemen. Who we got? Y'all raise them hands.
Yeah, so I gotta, he was just trolling, but we got better arguments for why he's not FBA. Better, what I mean? I guess he's just having fun. But yeah, we could talk about that over here. Why ain't Drake FBA? My fault. My fault. Okay. All right. Yeah, family. Drake ain't FBA. Get over it. Get over it. And neither is Milli Vanilli. All right. And Drake is the modern version of Milli Vanilli, rapping over songs that he ain't create, rapping over somebody else's talent, rapping over somebody else's intellectual properties. He's rapping over somebody else's intellectual property. Okay, your man ain't FBA. Okay, gotta get over it. You got to get over it. He might be your favorite artist, and you got that right to choose your favorite artist. But when you start making your favorite artist one of the lineage, That's a little different. That's going too far now. Next, you know, I know some of y'all might love Eminem. Next door, he's next. Next thing you know, Eminem's next. Now he's a lineage, honorary lineage member. No, we are not doing that. Let me address this real quick. Because you got revenue, Kwame, going around lying on platforms. And I want to arm you guys with some information in case you end up sharing the same platform as that fool going around lying. Okay? So I was gonna play it, but I thought to change my mind on that. Okay. So now a lot of these guys are horrible debaters. Okay. Like Revenue. And if you don't catch his tactic, you will find yourself victimized by his tactics. So Revenue, what he does, which a lot of people know, that he changes the goalposts once you cook them, right? Once you get them. But he does it often where he actually got good at it. And so he's getting better at disguising when he changes the goalposts, when he switches up. He's getting better at disguising it. Okay. So you got it. Cause one time he got me. That's why I knew like he's getting better at disguising his goalpost changing. He got me one day. Like I was not paying attention and he had me arguing black and not black power. He started to say Kwame Ture came up with black. Like we call ourselves black because of him. Like wait a minute. Wait, what? And because we had this debate before. We had it before. And I cook him all the time. So I was clear on what his argument was, but he changed it up on me and I didn't catch it. And I'm still arguing what we argued before. So he switched up because we would normally argue black power, like him saying black power. But one day he came on my live and he was arguing black, and I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt as though he's saying black power. So I'm like, yeah, he did. He said black, but he didn't invent it. I'm like, then I watched it over. Like, oh wow, he got me. So when he called back in, I said, Revenue, we were arguing Stokely Carmichael saying you were arguing that he created black for us. Oh, I didn't say that. Just to come back around again and then say it. So now he says it now. So I'm like, okay, I got him. All right. So let me give you a tactic he does. It's important to recognize tactics. Okay. It's very important to recognize tactics. So let me give you one of his tactics. God damn. They're weak tactics. But especially if you catch them in real life. Oh boy. Okay, so I think I know. If you catch it, you're good. All right. So, for example, when I debate with him, so this is what he'll do. He'll make an argument calling your bluff. And if you're me and you're a great researcher, you'll debunk his first argument. So then what he'll do is he'll change up his first argument slightly and then reintroduce it as it's the same argument. But he actually switched some words up on it. It becomes a whole new argument. So for example, when he came to my platform, he argued Stokely Carmichael invented black. Now, of course, I wasn't going to fall for that. So as I'm cooking him more that he invented black, he switched it up and said, well, okay, well, he changed it to a positivity. So now you cannot allow people to switch up an argument without acknowledging the first argument was weak. Okay, so you have to make them conceive from the first one. If not, they'll blend the two together. And now you're arguing two arguments in one. So when I cooked them more, Stokely didn't invent black, as a positive identifier for Black Americans. He switched it up and said, well, he transformed to positivity first. I said, no, he didn't. Then he went there and said, all right, well, he influenced Black Americans to say they're black, something like that. And then he just kept, then you kill him, you debunk him. I love TikTok shot. Then you debunk him on that, then he'll say a fourth thing. So now I'm just following him around. He did cooking them, but not understanding he's stacking arguments. Now he most likely don't know that either, because he's on that remedial color spectrum thing. So most likely he didn't know he was doing that either, but it ended up being the case. So as I'm chasing him around and not holding him to his original arguments and making him concede on his original arguments, he's stacking he ended up stacking 4 arguments in one for me. So now I'm arguing 4 arguments at one time. So now he got the advantage because now he gets to just go in and out the 4 different arguments as he pleases. So when I got him over here, he'll jump to the second argument. Back slippery. I get him over there, he goes to the third and back to the first. So I'm like, wow, like this guy's really slippery today. And then, like, again, when the live goes off, I think about what happened. Like, I'm like one of those weird Kobe Bryant guys. Kobe Bryant played a game. At the end of the game, he's watching film for like 7 hours. That's me. When I debate and have an exchange, if I don't think I got a flawless victory, I'll revisit it because I like to get flawless victories. I don't want to be blemished at all. So I go back and revisit. I say, okay, why did I make this so difficult? I went back and acknowledged this guy had 4 different arguments. He was going in and out, all of them, at his convenience, where I couldn't hold him on one thing. I said, all right, okay, I got him, coach. Put me back in, coach. I got him. Coach, I got him. Put me back in. Coach, I got him. Put me back in the game, coach. I got him. So what Revenue's going to do is, right, what he's going to do now is he's going to die me for about another two weeks and then come back. But this time, I decided to document. I actually typed in not all, but a lot of arguments we've been having recently. And it's called the revenue file. All right. So, and then I highlighted him switching up arguments. So when he calls back in, I'm going to pull up the revenue file and I'm going to read his file to myself in silency. And I'm going to say, okay, watch out for this. Okay. All right. And revenue. What's up with the word black? Because in Jamaica, like now, he dropped that argument altogether. That Jamaicans were calling themselves black as a self-identifier. Like, dude, are you weird? So I got the revenue file now. But I had to make a revenue file. That's a shame. So now we argue certain things. Our major arguments is in the file. And I highlighted notes to myself that beware of these tether tactics that he'll try. Right. And so, yeah, I got the revenue file. He became FBA most wanted. We got a revenue file on the guy. A profile, revenue, a tether profile. Revenue. That's a good idea. So I can share it with other content creators who debate him. So we can have a file. That would be smart because I'm telling you, revenue gets over on a lot of FBA spaces that he wouldn't be able to get over here. Yes. So we have the revenue files. Okay. He does a lot of lying. Yeah, but whether Drake's a good artist or not, that's a personal, that's a personal assessment. I'm here just to tell you that he's not FBA. And I'm open for that dialogue. Anybody want that dialogue? If you think he's FBA, if you want to know why I think that, click the link. But Drake's not FBA. Okay. So revenue. What did Stokely Carmichael do with the word black? Okay, so yeah. Hold on, let me check my Swazi. Yes, I was supposed to take him to the Inside PARK today, but because I was supposed to go live in there and let him just run around, but some unfortunate things just happened. Some money got tied up. I said that ain't gonna happen today. All right. So Stokely Carmichael, what did he really do? He amplified the word black power politically. He helped popularize black power nationally. He didn't popularize it as a sole person. He helped popularize black power nationally. Okay? He helped normalize militant racial pride rhetoric during the late 1960s. Now, family, let me tell you the advantage of ChatGPT. Why it's different from a simple Google search. A simple Google search gives you a paraphrasal explanation of something you ask it. Normally, it's very concise. They're not going to be exhaustive. Okay? They're going to want some money from you if you want an exhaustive breakdown of what you said. So revenue got slick, family. He realized that. He realized that a lot of the things he debates have nuance. So he likes to play in the gray area. So what he'll do is he'll have you do a random Google search that's paraphrased, or that's going to give you a summarized version of something very complex. If you want to get you want to read a breakdown of something very complex, that's where the AIs, the chat GPTs come in and make their money. There's no search engine that's going to be that elaborative. And you can tell them, hey, be exhaustive, break it down. It's complex. Like you could talk to it and tell it how to do it. And you could say, hey, I got a guy saying this. I know that's wrong. And he keep going to Google search for a quick breakdown, summary, concise summary, because he knows it's not going to expose all the nuances. So I want you to consider that. That's how you talk to the AI. And then you'll get what you won't get in a real fast search. So revenue likes the real fast searches for that reason, because he knows it's not going to. So did Stokely Carmichael popularize black power? Yes, Stokely Carmichael popularized black power. But you didn't add the nuances. You didn't say, did he help or did he do it solely? Because when I was debating revenue, he messed up the first time and said he solely did it. I said, revenue, come on, dude. Oh, okay. Well, he was instrumental. I said, revenue, what is instrumental? He had to go look it up. You be saying words you don't know. So that's what he did. He helped. But that word was going around before he helped. So he hopped on our wave and helped, which is okay. But help doesn't turn into the originator, the original number one uno. Help don't equate to the number one uno. And that's what happens, family. They help in the hip hop, they help in this, and then they become, in their revisional history, they become the soul. They become the soul leader. They go from helping us to the soul leader. So sometimes we need to say, yeah, we don't want help. You dig? Matter of fact, just come around. No, we don't. Yeah, don't be vocal. We don't want no help. We good. Because every time we allow folks to help, they end up saying they did it by themselves. Okay. So when he said Stokely Carmichael popularized black power from chanting it during speeches, I'm like, yo, the average black American didn't go to his speeches. The average black American never says black power. I said, so how does he, and the average Black American don't know who Stokely Carmichael or Kwame Ture is? So the James Brown counter argument is more sensible. You would think that people heard Black Power. I'm sorry, not Black Power. I'm sorry. People heard Black in a positive sense from James Brown. You could say people were more influenced by James Brown's song than Stokely Carmichael. I told the Tether that, and he tried to he's a lying, disgusting Tether. That's why I call him my pet monster. He tried to act like Stokely Carmichael was just as popular as James Brown. I said, bro, the song reached so. Are you really that dumb? The song reached so many millions of people, my guy. People, when you say black proudness, people gonna talk about James Brown, my guy. This ain't even debatable. So he said Stokely Carmichael made Black positive. So I asked the guy, I said, bro, who has more mass culture influence on the ordinary Black American? Stokely Carmichael or James Brown? You dig? Like, come on, man. What's wrong with you? Most Black Americans know who James Brown is. Most of Black Americans do not know who Stokely Carmichael is. Most Black Americans have sung or repeated the words, say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. Most Black Americans have never said Black Power. Most Black Americans do not know who SNCC is. SNCC, don't know their plight at all. All right. So that's the important distinction between activist influence versus James Brown mass cultural adoption. You got it? Then he argued, look, family, look what else he argued. He argued, oh, well, he was the earliest to use it. And then it switched to, he was the most influential. Then it switched to, he popularized it. He switched arguments in and out, and it went past because he's my pet monster, so I don't take him really seriously. So I let things slide that I should not let slide. Now I'm a chess teacher. I know better. When you play chess, they say never take anybody lightly. And that's my problem. When I play chess and I see people most lower skilled than me, I take them lightly. And then I make the game harder than I need to by doing that. So I agree. That's a flaw of mine. So he went from he invented Black. I beat him off that. Then he transformed it solely to a positive word. I beat him off that. Then he ran to, well, he was the earliest to use it. I beat him off that. Richard Wright. Oh, he was the most influential. I beat him off that. Oh, I said James Brown. Oh, he popularized it. I beat him off that. James Brown. Family, the earliest, most influential, the most popularized. Those are three different claims. He was all over the place debating me. He shifted between them at his leisure. And before I know it, I realized I'm arguing 5 different arguments in one. So when I get him on one, when I got him on one, he'll run to another one. And then another one. He kept doing that the whole, I'm like, yo, wow. But I allowed that because I didn't hold him to one thing because I didn't take him seriously, which I shouldn't. But just, as a chess instructor, you're taught to squash everybody, no matter how bad they are squashing. Okay, revenue. So now revenue. Are you arguing, which you not? Are you arguing who said it first? Or are you arguing who politicized it first? Or are you arguing who made it mainstream among ordinary Black Americans? My guy, those are different arguments. Okay? If Stokely Carmichael was the primary reason Black became normalized, why do millions of our lineage know James Brown and not Stokely Carmichael, my guy? This is common sense. How can one individual revenue invent positive Black identity when positive uses already existed in the Nation of Islam amongst Richard Wright and earlier Black nationalist circles? The positive racial usage of Black evolved. There's no one sole leader. It evolved collectively through writers, activists, musicians, religious movements, and social struggler, not through one single individual, my guy. There's no soul leader. Richard Wright. Now I learned about Richard Wright from a sister just recently. That's why it's important to watch different stuff. Like you got FBAs that see these FBA spaces who never heard of me. Like, how's that possible? That's only possible because you guys are stuck watching the toxicity stuff. Like you're not looking at what else does the FBA spaces offer. Like I'm all over the internet. I probably got more videos than the average FBA guy. You feel me? I probably got more videos than the average FBA guy out there. And my videos are like this, by the way. So the quality is up to par. Right? So I've always been one of those people that accept quality over quantity. Always. I'm about quality over quantity. What's going on?
No, Ron, I came up by mistake, bro.
Okay, no problem, no problem.
Brought me down.
Yes, sir. All right. So yeah, so I'm quality over quantity. Like even with food, like I just it's who I am. Anyway, so the phrase Black Power, family, again, I got this from a sister. I did not know this until last week. Watching different FBA spaces, I got this from a sister. And guess what? Revenue was there. She was cooking him. So she was like, because he tried that Black Power stuff over there, and she highlighted the obvious. Ho, 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 ho. He was not the first. She said Richard Wright was the first to use the phrase Black Power way before Stokely Carmichael. So I'm like, who? So now I'm like, wow, I never heard that. So I researched it right away. She was right. Okay, so Stokely Carmichael is credited the Black Power phrase in 1966. 12 years earlier, Richard Wright, Foundation Black American Man, had published a book called Black Power in 1954. And guess what? It was about nonfiction, right? It was about the Gold Coast, later Ghana, decolonization, Pan-African politics, and anti-colonial African nationalism. So it was in the right context that Stokely Carmichael used it. So Stokely Carmichael family did not invent it, did come up with it. He stole it and used it and got all the credit. I don't recall him saying, well, Black Power, I got it from Richard Wright. Okay. So that is one of the earliest globally prominent uses of the exact phrase Black Power. Right. So, and he used it in the same context as Stokely Carmichael. So you can't even say, well, no, he meant this. No, he meant exactly what Stokely meant. Okay. So Stokely Carmichael, so that means Richard Wright writings and works was along the line of Pan-Africanism. So Stokely Carmichael for sure was influenced by Richard Wright. Got it? Stokely Carmichael, so that's 1954. Stokely Carmichael usage of Black Power as a slogan was June 16, 1966 in Greenwood, Mississippi. Keep that date in mind. So now we know 1954 is 12 years earlier than 1966, right? But what about Willie Ricks? Now, this is somebody who I researched myself. Willie Ricks, Mukasa Dada. He was Black American man born in Chattanooga, Tennessee. He is universally recognized as the organizer who coined, tested, and deployed the phrase Black Power as a political rallying cry in 1966. These are two FBAs before Stokely. Now, remember, Stokely was June 16, 1966. Willie Ricks did it 1966, but in March. Willie Ricks was the first to deploy it on ground as a mass political rallying cry. Even during the time Stokely Carmichael said it. All right. Willie Ricks was the first to deploy it on the ground. I said that already. All right. Anyway, now we got Willie Ricks saying Black Power in 1965. These are two foundational Black American men yelling Black Power before Stokely Carmichael. But the tether gets the credit. In Pan-African circles, a family, let that register. In Pan-African circles, they allow foundational Black American men to not get the credit of the Black Power slogan. They gave it to a tether. So they always been prioritizing the immigrants over us, the Pan-Africans. Tanika Moore.
Oh, hey, hi.
Hi.
How you doing?
Great.
I just wanted to call. I called the other day, and I was the one that was trying to figure all this out. I changed my name on there. I don't know if it shows up. It's still showing up my name.
Yes, it is.
Oh man, I thought I changed it. But anyway, I was trying to go by FBA Yaya or Yaya FBA, but I thought that was coming up. I don't know how to do it. I thought I did it. It
I'll
shows
do
up
it.
on my. Can you change it to that for me?
Yeah, so you got it. So you got to do it on Zoom, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, I have to figure that out. But I just wanted to give you your flowers. I'm sitting here listening to you right now, and I'm learning a lot. Like I just want you to know I do tune in, and I sometimes I do forget to hit the like button, but I do go back and hit it later on. Like if I miss it or if I don't get to a live, I always go back and like your stuff. I'm always watching it, and eventually I'll get to the point where I could support like financially because I do believe in what you're doing and what you're teaching. But for now, but like I said, I know you be on TikTok and stuff, but I don't do the TikTok thing. I just think it's it's just a rabbit hole of wasting your time. And like I said, since they bought it out and changed up all the privacy stuff with it, I just deleted the whole app. I don't even do TikTok. So I only catch you on YouTube. So I'm always looking for you. Just so you know. But thank you for the lessons. I
So now
appreciate it.
when I said the TikTok, right. So if those can make it. But really the TikTok switch up was for those who were joining a panel and being long-winded. Right.
Okay.
So I kept telling them, hey, if I'm on YouTube alone, don't be long-winded.
Right. Yeah.
Like,
but I do want you to know I am listening. I'm watching you all the time. And I appreciate your content. And I like the way you do what you do. And
thank you very much. Now I do want to say this though. The like button is very important. The like button.
I do. I like I said, I go back and like all your stuff. Like I like everything.
No, listen. So the like button is more useful while you're live. You know why? Because YouTube bans the FBA spaces. Right? Anybody screaming FBA, Adolf, all of our spaces get shadow banned.
Really? Oh wow, that's crazy.
So when we go live, most people will never see the notification. So now the live button while you're live, right? The like button while you're live, you click that.
Oh yeah, it's up. It's up.
Wait, look, hold on, just hear me out. So you'll know. So when people click the like button while you're live, it now becomes a suggestion video and people who search things like this in real time.
Oh,
so everybody who missed the notification bell because of the shadow ban, now this video become a live suggestion for people who look for content like this.
Now I see what's going on because I didn't catch you. Like I just happened to be scrolling through YouTube and seeing that you was live, so I jumped on here.
Right, and that was the like buttons. You see?
Right, and I liked it. Of course, you still live. I liked it. What does that mean when they say keep tapping the screen? I don't know how to what that's
TikTok.
About. Oh, okay. So that's what they're talking to the TikTok viewers when they do that. Okay.
That's TikTok.
Oh, okay. See, I don't know. I don't be in those spaces, so that's why I was asking.
You know what? You gave me I'm gonna join a TikTok space.
Okay.
Like while I'm live, like I'm gonna do that.
Okay. I'm glad I gave you the idea because I don't like I said, I don't fool with TikTok. I deleted the
whole
just
app.
Reminded me. Yeah. Yep. So, and I just hear them say tap the screen. I'm like, I already tapped the like button. What else I'm supposed to do? All right. Thank you so much. No problem.
You're welcome.
Bye.
All right, have a good one.
My
bad. I meant to clap. I meant to clap. All right. Okay. Hey, peace. How you say your name, brother? You said B1 Delineator? Okay. What's going on, brother? Shit, God damn.
I accidentally pressed the question to get on, but because I'm outside, I know it's gonna be kind of loud.
All right, well, let me ask you a question. I wrote before you move up. Do you think Drake is it's a debate? Do you think Drake is FBA? Okay.
know that I understand about his father and all that, but
What that mean?
Canadian.
What that mean? Like yeah, there's a bunch of Liberians with an FBA dad. Like you dig?
I consider him Canadian, and he didn't grow up, influenced by us. That's not his culture.
Right, at all. And he's a whitey guy. What's the yeah, a whitey guy. Stop, get out, don't do it. Right. Yeah, so I just want to ask you that you have to know about mistake, but I said, let me ask you about Drake. Let me ask the family about Drake. All right, so you want it.
So I mean, it's all day, Kendrick.
Right. Yeah, nah, we don't reward cosplayers at all.
Oh.
You don't get to cosplay your way into the lineage.
Player of the Decade award, then went to Drake.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, I didn't even know all that because I was never really. I like some of his music, but I was never like a follower of his background until Kendrick Lamar exposed that, and then I was like, damn, I followed that stuff, the pattern. Man, I got off that Drake bandwagon so fast. I'm like, oh my god, this dude. Yeah. Right. And it had no spirit and no soul in nothing he did, man. Just dry.
Started hearing all the songs that he was taking people's songs and basically redoing a verse.
Right.
Like, nigga, you just said the same thing you said in his song.
Right. And when the dude said it meant something, because they do that in his hood. You don't do that over there. What you saying it for?
I mean, literally was taking people's verses and putting it on his song. He did a few people like that. He got a Mac Dre verse. Drew Down. See, he was stealing from Oakland thinking that, people ain't gonna know it.
Man.
They don't know them rappers like that. But
yeah. That's crazy, yeah. That's crazy. I didn't know that.
For show Mac Dre, for show Drew Down, and for show Soulja Boy. You stealing from Soulja Boy? That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, when Soulja Boy's focused, he be making hits though.
But I mean, like, he ain't made too much music.
Nah, you know what?
From somebody that
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, but that, I guess that's the plan. The plan is to steal from people who you think nobody watches.
Yeah,
and then and then go viral. But yeah, I get what you're saying. That's crazy. All right, man.
He stole it from Jay-Z. He realized Jay-Z was getting popular for doing the same thing, so maybe he could too.
Right. Yeah, but he took the Jay-Z method to a whole different level.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Because at least
that's what they do.
At least Jay-Z was getting from people who he admired. You dig? Who he rock with.
What he was doing was just taking some words,
right? A few words. That's it.
And blowing it up.
Yeah. Right. All right.
Drake was damn taking the whole verse.
The whole song. I heard a comparison when they was playing Drake's song and that dude's song. It was the whole thing. Like, yo, dag. I mean, every second. Both songs were 4 minutes and 16 seconds. Like, are you seriously? Are you serious?
Nah. And nobody was throwing them for it or none of that. I don't understand that.
And now that you know, if you're up and coming artist, you ain't got no money like that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Mac Dre was he had passed already.
That's another thing. Well, not but money. Like, why do you think companies get away with stuff? Like, you know what I mean? Because they know you ain't got the money. Like, because you still got to pay rent, you still got to pay car insurance. Why you need that litigation money every month? Because that lawyer want that money. You dig? Yeah.
So you got
right. And then they keep appealing and switch the court dates. Like they know what they're doing. I'm sure Drake was doing that. Yep. All right. So let me get back to what I'm doing, bro. I appreciate you. Yes, sir. All right. So now, so Black Power had earlier usages before Stokely Carmichael, before Kwame Ture, and James Brown is the reason why millions, the entire lineage know that black is now being used as a positive ethnic identifier. It was James Brown, not Stokely Carmichael. And then that's it. That's the end of the story in that one. Okay. So now a tether had called up a tether just yesterday. And I'm gonna play some of that a little later. Maybe the next live. Okay. Maybe next live I do that one. Or I might not. I'm gonna upload it. You know what? Let me do that in the background. Let me upload that in the background. So I'm gonna upload to YouTube. So the TikTokers heard it yesterday, but it was me and Truth Teller talking to a highly disrespectful, a highly radioactive tether. a radio. I gotta call him radioactive. Like that's how hostile he was. The only words that can describe that guy is radioactive. An atom, a radioactive atom. You dig? An isotope that ain't balanced. That need more electrons, or need to kick off some electrons, or need to share some electrons so it can neutralize itself. You feel me? He was a radioactive atom tether. So I want to get that ready for y'all to check that out on YouTube. So let me do that right now while I'm talking. Okay. His name was JB5. Oh my, and he tried to do what he do over here as he tried on his other panels, TikTok spaces that's toxic. Okay. Y'all gotta understand the average person on TikTok do not read, study, and know like our history. Like they're out here just yelling and cussing at each other. Like they really don't know our history. So if you don't know our history, then you don't know how to defend it. So if you can't defend it, then how are you of any use to us? You got to stand down. Like you out here looking crazy. Therefore, you out here making us look crazy. And that's why the revenues and the JB5s feel so cocky and confident, because people who they usually interact with are FBAs who don't really take the time out to learn from us. Tariq Nasheed be dropping jewels a lot. I'll be borrowing stuff from him. You dig? And research it and making it a whole lecture. Like, matter of fact, some things Tariq Nasheed just says here and there, I actually go into it more than he does. But I got it from him. So my point is, you can learn from watching his channel. Like he drops like Biddy Mason. I got Biddy Mason from him. You dig? So I got some stuff. So he be dropping good knowledge. So it's like, why are you watching his content just for entertainment? Because when they go live themselves to try to handle tethers, they're not doing it the same way. Like with knowledge, you feel me? They're just yelling at people. That ain't Black excellence. We should be practicing Black excellence. And we shouldn't be mad that we're being told and encouraged, not told, but being encouraged to practice Black excellence. You got FBAs mad that we dare to say, hey, man, it's time to get back to Black excellence. What? I can't live in the pig pen no more with the tethers and sling mud? No, you should clean up and stop the horseplay. Get back outside, man. We got a lot of work to do. Folks are really mad that they are being asked to cut the horseplay out. Get back to serious business. Represent the lineage for real, correctly. Don't give white supremacy excuses to call us a cult. And don't give them the evidence. You dig? The stuff you're saying is obvious because it sounds like we are a cult. The rhetoric you spew, the hate that, you know what I mean, the HATE you spewed in that, it sounds like, hey, man, we are that group. Like, ain't no substance come out your mouth at all.
Look, it's done.
Okay, I get more. Ain't no substance come out your mouth at all. That was it, of any value. Everything you said was foo-foo. Everything you said was foo-foo, my guy. So you're coming off like an agent, especially when I'm telling you, like, yo, that ain't That ain't on code, my guy. Like I'm telling you, and they don't want to reconsider nothing. It sounds like you got a mission. It sounds like somebody gave you the mission and you just gonna carry it out. I'm over here like, son, man, you might want to look that over, bro. That's coming off kind of like opposite what you're saying. Like you're really staining the lineage with that type of thinking. I mean, I'm like, yo, just think about it. Just think about it. Like, just think about it. Like, how can white supremacy use that against us? You don't see how that could be used against us to frame something? Oh, I don't care how they frame us. You don't? Bro, they frame us before and they pass laws because of the way they framed us. You remember super animal, super thug, whatever she said? Well, she can't. Hillary Clinton with the super thug thing? Well, after saying that, she came with 94 crime bill. And what followed that was mass incarceration. So now when they say something, they got a plan for those words, my guy. When they said we're black racially, what followed up afterwards? Flat blackness, where we became nothing. Now, when they call us something, when they use words, those words come with harmful actions, my guy. I'm not gonna let white people call us an HATE group, xenophobic and divisive, and we just let that go. No, we're gonna no. You're not gonna frame us that way. So then the world just be like, all right, do whatever with them. Do as you wish. No. That ain't us. That is not us, man. We are sensible, professional, intelligent Black Americans who can do a lot of things and have done a lot of things, and that ain't us. They're lying. This is what we're saying. We're saying we're delineating. That word does not equate to HATE. You dig? I'm not gonna let them frame us and then control the narrative about what we're doing, and then that becomes the truth because the media machine is behind them. We ain't got no media machine. We borrow theirs. You dig? And they shadow ban us and keep us from, signal boosting. Like, no. Nobody get no free passes on us. And these be older people talking. Now, if it's like an 18-year-old, 20-year-old, I get it. Like, all right, okay, I understand. Like, your mind ain't there. These be 50, 60-year-olds talking like that. Like, are you? Man, I know you lying. You got to be pranking me. You got to be pranking me talking like that, bruh. Bruh. The sound effect, bruh. You got to be pranking me talking like that. So anyway, I'm making the video now in the background. So I was talking to yesterday, me and Truth Tell was talking to an immigrant man, right? He Nigeria, he's Igbo. And he had a lot of white tea Republican conservative talking points that he was like reciting, the Charlie TP USA talking points. You feel me? The Richard Spencer, Nick Fuentes talking points. And and if you don't know, those are weak points. Like I debate and debunk them all day long really easily. So we were asking them, we both was asking them, but I think I was asking some deep, important questions. And I'm gonna play some of that for y'all, right? So y'all can hear, but not after I introduce this. So I was one of the first people in these FBA spaces, all of the FBA spaces, to introduce specific vocabulary like exonym, endonym, demonym, ethnonym. Okay. Brain gain, brain waves, brain drain, brain circulation. I did that. And I also introduced hyper selectivity, hyper selection. Right? So I'm going to explain what that is right now. So this is important. I tell you guys, when you hear the word black coming from being used by non-FBA spaces, you have to automatically know is not talking to you. You got to rewire your brain. When you hear the word black love, black this, black dollar, do not associate that with you. Don't forget, black has been hijacked by the white man, and we've been reclassified. We've been paper genocide. We're fighting ethnocide right now. We're fighting ethnocide. Black mainly in this country is used as a racial catch-all category. Immigrants all across the world are considered black. So stop getting caught up in that. Got to keep that in mind. When you hear black, just automatically equate that word to immigrant. And when you hear FBA, you know what that is. Or ADOS or Salon. But when you hear black, it's automatically assumed immigrant. Afro-African immigrant. Okay. Okay. So let me get to where I'm going to go. So before I play like the highlights of that, because it's a long video. I ain't playing a long video. It's about an hour. But I'm gonna show. I'm gonna play some highlights of that after I explain what hyper selection is. So there's a dichotomy, right? When you juxtapose immigrants, Afro-African immigrants, and FBAs, you will see a dichotomy that emerge as far as our experiences in America. You would see look, this country is racist. Everybody know that. But you would see these skin folk aren't experiencing the same racism as us. But they would gaslight us and say, hey, we all look the same. And if a whitey man pull me over and pull you over, he ain't going to see the difference. Okay. What that guy do with the data? Because the data wise, he see us differently. Because the data suggests you guys do well in the system of white supremacy. And the data suggests we do poorly. So although physically, if a police officer see us together, they might not always distinguish us from each other. But when it comes to resources and being allowed to be successful, the whitey man know exactly who you are, and they know exactly who I am. Okay? Make no mistake of that. Make no mistake of that. Something is there's a term. There's terms that's called hyper selection, hyper selectivity, right? So they know you don't know this, right? And even Tariq never used this terminology before. They know you don't know this. So I know it. And on TikTok, I've been telling them this, and nobody. I had some Africans admit it, and well, they all do, but they know you don't know that. What is hyper selection? What is hyper selectivity? Hyper selected immigrants, notably Nigerians, right, etc., from Africa. Hyper selection is really to start from Africa, not even the Caribbean, but hyper selected immigrants are such as Nigerians, Zimbabweans, people like that. They arrive in this country as hand-picked guests to serve America's agenda. One more time. These hyper-selected African immigrants arrive in this country as hand-picked guests to serve America's agenda. Family, I don't think America will handpick their friends, their guests from Africa, just to throw them in the system of in the system of racism. They're handpicking them. They're not any, meeny, miny, mo. They saying, John, Bob, Alan, stand up. Go to the immigration office. I got some visas waiting on you. Come to America. Okay? So America, so when they say, oh, we all look the same, yeah, but we ain't treated the same. You were handpicked, my guy. We were not. You were their favorite. We're their unfavorite. You dig? We are their despised. So white people are not going to hand select you guys to throw you in the system of racism, right? As a result, hyper-selected immigrants from Africa represent their top 1% of their home countries. That's another thing, family. They come over here as their top 1%. That means they are the brightest, the smartest, and a lot of times the most wealthy. Then they look at us and try to compare them to the average Black American. You heard me? The top 1% of a country comes over here and try to compare themselves to the average American. Now, there's only a handful of these guys in America, right? But they will compare themselves to 50 million people. They are their top 1%. There should be nobody comparable to them else, except our top 1%. Then they come into our worst neighborhoods where they're talking to the bottom, not the top of us, the bottom of us, and then compare them to us and act like that's a fair comparison. So when I talk to them, I say, oh, no, that won't work over here, bro. I know who you are. You represent the top 1% of your country, my guy. You're not the standard Nigerian. You're the exception. You come here, you're projected to do well, or you got to go home. That's why you're handpicked, because you're projected to do well. Anything less than that is uncivilized. You got to go home. Okay? They are handpicked through U.S. immigration systems based on their abilities to contribute immediately to American society. They already come educated, family. They already come with some paper. They're not going to our colleges like us trying to get wealthy, trying to get educated. They're already educated from their country. Now watch this. Our country, to go to Harvard is like unfathomable if you're a regular Black American in the hood. It costs way too much money. These guys are their own country. They could anybody go to everybody go to college. You did for cheap. Go. Why would they not send their own to college? It's in their best interest. They only could use that back to help out Nigeria, right? So these Africans go to college, and the college is a Nigerian college. It ain't a black, it's a Nigerian college. Black colleges are in America. They got Nigerian colleges, and colleges in Jamaica are Jamaican colleges, right? The only black colleges are here in America from black people. HBC, what the B stand for? Okay, so historical black college. So going further, so they have access to their own education. They already come to the States educated. We got to pay a fortune. We are people who have been systematically and systemically locked out of wealth, deliberately and intentionally excluded from it. And in many cases, it was just taken from us. All right, deboed us. Then integration happened. Say, okay, all right, you're free. Okay, do what you want. After college is now $1 gazillion. So here's the education you were missing, but you got to pay $1 gazillion though. Sorry. And these guys come over here already educated and trying to compare us to them. They acting like they started here with zero, $1.75, and they worked their way up. Dad worked 2 jobs. Mom did this, and then they somehow got to college. No, they already are educated. They already has a doctorate degree coming over here or a master's. Already. They are their top 1%. I'm going to keep saying that, so stay in your head. They already come over here educated with professional degrees, and they have some financial resources as well. So with that profile, family, they are no example to us, Black Americans, on how to get it from the mud. They never did. They were born in the mud, but they didn't get it from the mud. They didn't start from the bottom and work their way to the top based on merit alone. Not in America. Not in America. Them folks came here already on top. And they were on top. And they're not just on top, family. They are on top of their elitists. They are the top of the top. So in their country, they are the cream of the crop. And they're trying to compare themselves to us, the regular average FBA. But that's not how socialists compare them when they come over here. Socialists compare elite groups to elite groups, and they compare the poor refugee groups to poor refugee groups. Okay, so that works. Can you imagine if our top 1% went to Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Jamaica, Haiti? Can you imagine we went there? We will run gazillion circles around their population. And imagine us going over there knowing we're hyper selected to come to Nigeria, Jamaica, Haiti, and we're over there telling them, look at y'all lazy. Knowing what we know about with the UK and Nigeria, the UK and Jamaica, and the French with Haiti. We know what happened. And we're over there as a hyper selected top 1% of our country, and we're sitting there, you guys lazy. Oh man, you're complaining. Oh, victim mentality. That's why I say it's really no allyship for a lot of these guys. So to compare a top 1% elitist group to the average Black American working person is more than disingenuous. It's harmful. Okay? If we took our top percent to their homelands, they'll be a superpower in 10 years or less than. Anyway, family, these hyper selected individuals, when they get selected by our government, our U.S. immigration system to come over here, when we accept them, that is called a brain game. We're accepting the brains of their country, right? And it's a brain drain for the country itself. They lost the brains of their country. People who could make them become greater left. So when we say they have a SHIT whole country, they do, because the brightest minds left to build up other countries, not their own. So when we say go home and fix your land, that is not a bad statement. That is accurate, because the country itself, family, Nigeria and a lot of countries in India, they called them their sellouts. They got protests and campaigns in India, Africa, to stop the brain drain. The brain drain is so bad in Nigeria that one doctor is responsible for 30,000 patients. That's how bad their brain drain is. But they want to come over here and talk to us. That's why I say on those other platforms, they get it off. When they come over here, it's like, no, I know who you are. Remember that movie, I Know What You Did Last Summer? Well, that's me. When they come over here, oh, yeah, FBA's lazy. I own a home. I own this. I got a degree. Sir, ma'am, I know what you did last summer. You are hyper selected, my guy. Stop it. And the best you did, you're the top of their top 1%. And the best you can do is get a job in corporate America. Or be a doctor. That's the best you can do. As the brightest minds of your civilization, the best you can do is get a job for white people or be a doctor. Yo, that is no bragging right, guy. Y'all ain't create industries and do this and do that with all that brightness. Y'all got a job. We are not hyper selected. We don't come from a background where we're given free college, basically, resources galore. We are descendants of enslaved people in the U.S. And historically, we've been treated as such, right? We've been treated as a collective burden rather than a collective asset. After we started this country's economy and laid the foundation, historically, we've been systematically and systemically excluded, undermined, terrorized, and denied the full promise of an American citizen for centuries. But these guys come over here and they're welcome to be an American citizen. Don't forget, Moors, the 1790s Moorish Sundry Act, was an act that said Moors, no matter how dark they are, no matter how black their skin are, you cannot enslave them because they are not classified as these black Americans. But black Americans, so basically they're not enslavable. You can't enslave. They're not enslavable. Cannot enslave them. Slavery is only reserved for those black Americans. not all melanated people across the world. So there's no melanate, no global, no gas. What's that garbage city? Global African foolishness? No, sir. In this country, one rule, one law. The black Americans are worthy of enslavement, not the other dark folks who can call themselves African. So the U.S. immigration system has created a deliberate filter. Yeah, they got a filtering system of who comes in here. And it's not just Africans that are highly selected. So is the Chinese. So think about that. All that family, all that gaslighting. Oh, the Chinese are so smart. The Asians are so smart. Family, these are the top 1% of the country. All that time, they made us believe they were just genetically more smarter than us. The Indians, the Chinese, and these are their top 1% hand-picked, hyper-selected countrymen to represent them in America. This is why they're not in the crime rate. These are your best of the best of the best. Why would they turn to crime? Bring Zulu over here. The guy from the village. Bring those Makokos over here. You dig? That live in that damn lake. Bring them over here. You see what's going on with the Somalians because they're not hyper selected. You see what happens when they're not highly selected? When they're not hyper selected, they become the burden. The crime goes up. Scamming goes up. When they're not hyper selected, or if you want to know hyper selected from non hyper selected, just look at what they're accused of. If they're accused of scamming, that's not the hyper selected. That's the bottom. The bottom of the bottom that came over here by way of refugee status, asylee, or evacuee. But we're gaslit to believe that these guys are inherently just smarter than us. The whole while, white tea America knew that these were the top 1%. But in media, they were compared to the top 1% to us. And the whole time, they're blocking us out of stuff. I mean, the play is ridiculous. They're deliberately blocking us out of stuff while they are deliberately allowing these guys into stuff and then try to compare us. Like, look, the Africans are doing well, but look at the black Americans. So how are you saying this country is racist? Because aren't they just as dark as you? So why are they succeeding? Why are you saying you can't do this and they're doing it? The gaslight. When this country select hyper-selected immigrants, they are often choosing those with advanced degrees, specialized skills, or significant financial resources. So if you look at this, 67% of Nigerian-born immigrants, that means they were born in Nigeria, they hold bachelor degrees or higher. 67% Nigerian-born immigrants that come over here, 67% of Nigerian-born immigrants that come over here, they hold bachelor degrees or higher compared to just 35% of other Afro hyper-selected immigrants. So when they try to hyper-select immigrants from other places, and they come over here, only 35% of them hold those same degrees. Almost double are the ones from Nigeria. Right? So America has consistently preferred giving visas to those deemed useful to our economic interests. They have no historical harm from this country. That will remind these white people of the historical harm they put out on us. So why would the U.S. invite, again, this is the question back to you. Why would the U.S. invite, oh, we got one common enemy. What? How, family, how many times you heard that? A tether say, we got one common enemy. I guess it's me. Because the white guy hand selected you. So when you say we have one common enemy, who is the we? Because it ain't us, it's you and white person, and I'm your common enemy. You dig? But you're implying that we are together and the white man is your common enemy. The white, how can you be his enemy when he hand selected you to come to this country? Got a job waiting you. How can you ever see him as your enemy? He said, I choose you to come to America and enjoy America liberties, the American dream. Get a flight. We'll help you out. We'll get you booked in, and we're going to. We got a job for you, and we're gonna have you listed as black. That's only catch. You gotta go around saying you black while you're in America. Only catch.
There was some healthy food.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah. So the only catch is you gotta go around saying you're black. If you do that, we're good money. Because we're gonna pretend. We're gonna use you to pretend racism does not exist. Because we're gonna say, look at all the success this guy's got. That family, listen to this very clearly. They're gonna use this guy to say, well, if colleges are discriminating with admissions, if banks are really discriminating with, loans, then why are these Africans getting home loans and admissions to college at high rates, higher than you guys? And the whole time, these guys were hyper selected, handpicked guests to be successful in this country. And they're comparing them to us to show that we're lazy. And they're also using them to say racism does not exist. They moved on from it. Because why is this African guy successful? And the guy was handpicked. Okay. So look at it like this. The comparison between us and them is like LeBron James and Kaepernick. Mm-hmm. Like that's the comparison. Night and day. LeBron James to Kaepernick. We're Kaepernick. They are LeBron James. They were the number one draft pick. They want us out the league. They were the number one draft pick, hand selected by white team man. Meanwhile, the dichotomy effect, they want us out the league. That's why I say when you juxtapose black Americans to hyper selected immigrants, you'll see the dichotomy effect. You'll see that both of us are in America, historical racist country, and we're supposedly looking the same, but you are allowed to thrive while I'm deliberately blocked out. We're not the same. Okay. The show's over. Take the mask off. Hyper selected immigrants arrive with a clean slate. No historical debt owed to them. No painful legacy of exclusion from American institutions. Therefore, that natural anger ain't there. That fire ain't there. You dig? They are invited guests, often made to feel wanted and appreciated. They can pursue the American dream without the weight of historical oppression. We are not the same. Contrary to that, we carry the collective memory of redlining, deed theft, housing and job discrimination, and violence sanctioned by the state. They are constant, the hyper selected. The hyper selected do not have that baggage. So when white T America look at us, we constantly remind them of their original sin, right? And our presence alone can make them feel uncomfortable thinking about the original sin. But when they invite African immigrants over here, hyper selected ones, there's no sense of like more morality like in question. Because they're like, hey, I didn't do nothing to you. Look, the same white T people would say, I never enslaved you. I wasn't there. Look how they do us. So can you imagine with the Africans? They know they really didn't enslave them. It's like, oh yeah, we don't owe y'all nothing. Like they tell us, the people who are owed the debt, they'll tell us, oh, I didn't enslave nobody. My ancestors came afterwards at Ellis Island. Slavery is over. They will tell us that. So you know they don't owe no African. So that's why Ghana was told no. Yo, hey, man, get out of here. We ain't slave y'all. Get up out of here. That's the real reason why they told Ghana no. Like, yo, y'all don't get up out of here. We over here denying people who are actually enslaved by our ancestors. We telling them no because we ain't do it directly. So what we look like paying you a dime when y'all ain't getting no enslavement. Y'all were part of the enslavement. You were the reason why we enslaved folks. We couldn't get them without you. Thank you. You feel me? Yeah. Family, these hyper-selected immigrants are selected to be assets in our economy. Okay? Assets in our economy. They come debt-free, right? So therefore, white America is debt-free also. They say, hey, if these immigrants come to this country and with a clean slate, that means we got a clean slate. We don't owe anybody. You dig? There's no American moral ledger. So when they come debt free, when they're already educated in their country, then our country don't have to waste resources educating them. So that's like a win-win. However, we are viewed totally different from African immigrants, highly selective African immigrants. Again, these hyper selected African immigrants are appreciated. They're allowed to live in white society. They're not blocking them out. They're not selling their house. There's no white flight when Africans move into their society. Okay? They are part of the neighborhood. Their kids ain't getting ran out from the swimming pool, the community swimming pool. They ain't being ran out. They're being invited. They get invited to the Triple K rallies. Hey, let's invite you to a Triple K rally. No, don't worry. Nothing happens to you. This is only for the Black Americans. No, you're not Black. Don't worry about it. Just come visit. Just come visit. Just see if something you'll be into later. Just come look at what we do. You know, we invite people to the cookout. They invite people to their Triple K rallies, their Triple K demonstrations. We get the other image from the media. We are normally, they depict us as the government, America, normally depict us as welfare recipients, SNAP recipients. Okay. We even hear tethers call us SNAP and welfare recipients. Family, even when we talk reparations is framed as thing. Before was until us. Reparations was normally treated as something as old. Nah, it's a moral debt. Old. Don't worry about it. We'll swallow the burden. Don't worry about it. Let's get it over with. The economy will rebound, and let's just do the right thing. That's how they treat reparations when it's anybody but us. All of a sudden, reparations is a bad. Now, all of a sudden, they frame reparations no longer as a moral sense of duty. Now, reparations is a burden to the country. Oh, the economy's gonna collapse. Oh, you're so selfish. Oh, the economy. Never before was reparations like that a burden to the economy. Oh my God. Oh no. All these people, you're gonna have these American people pay through tax. That's not fair. Their family didn't do it. That's not fair. They just got here. No, it's not fair. They just got here. That's how they talk to us. Oh, it ain't fair. They just got here. No, they don't owe nobody nothing. No, Black Americans, you got to stop. You got to stop. You got to go get it from the mud again. Go get it from the mud again. I'm sorry. Only when it comes to us, reparations is now a bad thing. The FBA versus hyperselected dichotomy creates profoundly different psychological experiences, as you can imagine. The hyperselected often feel like appreciated guests, grateful for their new opportunities, the American dream, while many of them internalize their as merit based and against author. And that thought, that type of mindset can lead to the uppity tether mentality towards FBAs, Solons. So as Black Americans, we face persistent discrimination. We got a whole different reality than them in America. We're not welcome guests. We are the rejects. We face persistent discrimination, racism, which at times makes us feel like permanent outsiders of our own country. And don't forget, our mere presence can trigger discomfort or guilt from a lot of white tea people. Our mere presence is a reminder of what they've done to us. And they try so hard to shake that guilt. So that dynamic mirrors historical patterns of divide and conquer. Okay? We gotta look at Rwanda, the colonial. So basically, what they're doing with the tether class over here, they're trying to put them in leadership, as you see. Black Caucus, this and that. They're in Congress. What they're doing, family, they're replaying a lot of things they did already, like in Rwanda. The colonial powers elevated the Tutsi minority over the Hutu majority. And that created tensions that eventually erupted into a genocide. Look at Liberia. Remember that story? The American Liberians were placed in leadership over the indigenous populations, and that created a ruling class that never fully integrated with those they governed. They still got smoke for them, for each other. So they're trying to do that play over here, family. They're trying to, and it's working. That's working. So the divide and conquer is on their part. They're the ones with the diaspora war. We don't know what that is. Like, what's that? That's you guys. They feel like they got to stay away from us. So those historical examples I just mentioned, Rwanda and the American Liberians, those serve or should serve as warning signs to us today when we see white America catering to the hyper-selected class.
Hello?
Yes.
I think Didi's here at home.
Okay, let's go see.
Okay, let's call Didi Dan.
That's right.
Wait, turn that down. That's too loud.
Yeah, I don't know why. TikTok keep doing that, yo. It blasts the videos, man. I can't stand that. My fault, TikTokers. I clicked the wrong button and it kicked me out. All right. So yeah, I got my fault. I got kicked out. I got kicked out. I clicked the wrong button. I clicked out. All right. Okay, so now those historical examples should serve as warnings to white Americans catering to the hyper-selected class. Okay. So now don't forget, there's hyper-selected classes.
Radio.
Okay, you want to sing? Go ahead, sing it. You want to sing it? Go.
Tyree radio, why can some fly? Tyree radio, why can some fly?
Okay, thank you. You go sit down. Go. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now, those hyper-selected people, they are positioned as the preferred minority, while we are treated as a burden. So they look at those people as like, a priority, asset, clean slate. They look at us as, get away from me. Stop begging. Stop begging. So they look at them as people who immigrate to the U.S., right? So those hyper selected people are people who immigrate to the U.S. who and then they quickly find out that it's better to come close to proximity of whiteness. They find that out really quick. Get away from the Negroes, and you even hear them say it. They either say it themselves. They say, "Hey, we were told to don't go around the Negroes." Family, that is similar rhetoric. That is similar anti-lineage rhetoric coming from those Italians and Italians and Irish people. Remember when they wanted to assimilate? Because at first they was not seen as Anglo Saxons. So in order for them to assimilate to white America, they had to stay away from us. No aligning with us. That's how you become an honorary white guy. That's how you're. That's how you accepted to whiteness. That's how you're able to get around the proximity to whiteness. You gotta get away from the Negro. And they told all of us. They were told to stay away from us. That's part of the deal. That's part of the contingency to have visas, to come into citizenship. Stay away from those people. You're replacing them. So we don't want you to get close to them. Remember this happened. Who remembers the movie Belly? Remember when DMX was an informant because he had some charges he's trying to beat. So they had him infiltrate the Nation of Islam, and they wanted him to delete the leader of Nation of Islam. And so they had him read. So he had to really, because the Nation of Islam vetting system is top tier. So they had him read the literature. So as he reading the Nation of Islam literature, the white T agents realize he's starting to like have a change of thought about the world. Like, oh wow, this teaching is really getting them. So they reminded him. They said, "Hey man, don't forget the mission. Do not come over here and grow a brain. You ain't had one before. Don't try to get one now. This ain't the time. You got to complete this mission. Complete the mission and then get your brain. But do not read this literature and then gain this consciousness." Okay. So I want to find that part in Belly. I want y'all to hear it. Because when I think of these hyper-selected immigrants, I think of that scene in Belly. Thank you, Warrior Chatters, the super chat $3. I think a sticker it was. I think of that part in Belly where the agents were saying, "Hey, DMX, don't grow a brain. Remember, you're only doing this to infiltrate. Don't start getting smart on me." All right, so let me find that skit. That's what I think of when I think of these tethers that may link up with us, that may come into our spaces, these hyper selected tethers who may come into our spaces. So now it's common sense to say to yourself, if the tethers, if immigrants that's hyper selected, we know that they don't rock with us at all because their contingency is not be around us. To stay amongst the distance, the proximity of whiteness, stay away around us. Don't grow a brain, because if you grow around the Negroes, you'll grow a brain. Stay around us and avoid the brain issue. So now the ones who have a chance to link up with us will have to be the refugees, the Sileys, and the evacuees, because they were not hyper selected. They were not necessarily programmed. So it's like, well, what's your excuse? Like, you guys are not them. You weren't programmed as much as them. Why are you anti-us? Now that's when you scratch your head. It's like, I understand why the hyper-selected class is against us, because they're just dark-skinned white supremacists. But why are you against us? You're not hyper. So So for you just want to be against us. You're worse than a hyper-selected. You just want to be against us. I understand why they are. They are the DMX version of Belly. But why are you against us? So that's a whole nother live. because I got the answers. I got the answers, Sway. That's a whole other lie why they are against us. They don't have the same package deal as the hyper selected immigrants. So they're against us for a whole nother reason. I will just spoiler alert. Resources. Remember, the hyper selected people don't need our resources. They come highly educated, and they have money, and they're plug and play. They go right into white society. They don't live amongst us at all. That's why you be like, yo, we're the Africans. They don't live around you. They got money, bro. They're at Short Hills in New Jersey. Okay, they're in the uppity places that we're not allowed to live in. So the way they get the refugees, the asylees, the evacuees, the scum of the people, the way they get them against us is to fight for the resources that's available for us. So we're fighting for the same resources. There's no way we can be friends. Okay.
Then what I was doing?
I gotta fix it. Hold on.
Fix it?
I gotta fix it. You feel me? So the resource trick, ain't that how they separated the Italians from us and the Irish? Remember, we were getting along because we both needed resources, so we got along. So to get us to get away from each other, well, really, like, we don't need to be around them. Like, they're the minority. But to get them to be away from us, to attach themselves to what we got going on, is the resource scare. The resource scarcity doctrine. Like, nah, you can't get along with them because you need to borrow their stuff. You need to take their stuff. Feel me?
Are we moving?
Not yet.
Let's see this here.
Okay. So no, you guys can't get along with them because you're taking their resources, or the resources they take is yours. So you gotta not that's your op. That's your resource op. Those FBAs are your resource ops. Because family, the resource pool doesn't grow. When those evacuees, they call them humanitarian. I guess here goes some more words for you guys to write down. You got the hyper selected immigrants and you got the humanitarian immigrants. The hyper selected come with money and education. The humanitarian immigrants come as a burden. Okay, they're a burden to society because society got to pay for them now. They got to be adjusted to the budget of that city. The city got to put up money for these people. Food, housing, job training, ESL programs. You did GED programs. That money doesn't grow. So whatever's available, they tap into that. So that money was never enough to begin with, right? We was like, hey, we need more resources. So now we got to share it with more people. That resource pool was already limited. Now 150,000 people come into your city, and now you got to share it with them. It was already limited. It was already not enough. Now you got to share it 150,000 more ways. That's what's going on, family. But again, those toxic spaces, you'll never know that. That almost anywhere you go, you're not gonna know this. Okay, this is real scholarship here. That's why I just toy with tethers. When they call in, I cook y'all. Yeah, fun. But at some point, it's getting back to business. At some point, we got to get back to business. Okay. So, understanding this dichotomy that I'm pointing out, isn't about being divisive or xenophobic, as you can see. Because we're not saying hyper selected. I'm dropping too much knowledge on TikTok. It's gonna annoy me with some goofy stuff. Right. So the dichotomy I'm pointing out doesn't mean we're divisive or xenophobic. Because we're not saying hyper selected immigrants are responsible for America's brain gain or hyper selection programs. We know it's our government doing paper genocide on us, ethnocide. So we're calling them out. But because you benefit from this ethnocide, because you benefit from this, I got it, family, paper ethnocide. Because I don't want to take their entire thing that was for them. So paper genocide for them, we are going through paper ethnocide. I got it. I got the terminology. I got it. Paper ethnocide. Now, when we address our government and we expose this paper ethnocide, you guys get in our way because you know the finesse is up and you know that the deal that you got from the promises you got from our government, we're saying no. So now the cat's out the bag. So now the government's like, hey, man, sorry, but you're caught. So what we're going to do now is look back at that 14th Amendment birthright citizenship. Because we got to get out of this deal. Because the deal ain't going to work. The deal was supposed to, as long as the deal worked, we don't mind doing it. But now the deal is over because they are delineating. We got to get you out of here now because we're not benefiting no more from this process. Pencil whip. I like that. Pencil whip. That's a thought. That's a thought. So they're like, hey, man, the cat's out the bag. The whistle been blown, but we're trapped because you're still here. And we can't use you anymore because they're delineating. So, but you won because you're here. Like, all right, so we got to fix that. Birthright citizenship. Let's look back at that. Because now y'all finessing us. Now because y'all wasn't supposed to be permanent citizens. Y'all supposed to get in, do your thing, and get out. But y'all start anchoring babies that you finessed us. So we can't hold that L. Okay, we can't justify racism. We can't pretend it no longer exists. We can't pretend that FBAs are just lazy, using you as the buffer class. That's out the window. Then you're out the window. So let's revisit this birthright citizenship. Now, so it looks like it's the red side who knows the jig is up. It looks like it's the blue side saying, nah, it really ain't over yet. Just weather the storm. Nah, the finesse ain't over yet. I think these FBs are bluffing. They ain't really waking up. Red side, just hold on. No, we don't gotta do birthright citizenship. We don't gotta get them out. Just hold on. I think they're bluffing. They're finessing us. They're bluffing. Hold on. Just hold on for 5 more years. The red's like, nah, man, they good. Look, they got all this going. The FBA so long. Now they good. Yeah, and they debating. They got FBA Ron out there. Nah, bro. They got unbiased Ron out there, man. They ain't turning backwards, man. No, man. Y'all don't see it. So that's what the argument is about. The argument is about, is the finesse over? And the red side believe it is. The blue side believes there's more meat on the bone. So the red side like, nah, we gotta expose it and just let it go. Let's tackle now we all agreed that this goes out in our face that we was gonna do the birthright citizenship to get them out. Now you guys backtracking. That's because we don't believe they really are serious. So that's all it is, family. That's what I think. I think one side believes the finesse is over and the other side still holding on. Based off my research, by the way. Based off my research. You dig? America's immigration system has created a selection bias that benefits some, who's those some, while leaving others behind. Who's those others? Basically, some are allowed to thrive. Who's the some? And others are blocked out. Who's the others? You fill in the blanks. Therefore, no. When you say, hey, man, when the cop pulls us over, they see us the same. Yeah, they see us the same. Maybe. But they don't treat us the same. So when they use that cop analogy, you can concede to it. Yeah, okay, they might see us the same, but they don't treat us the same. That skin connection, that skin folk don't equate to the same outcomes. Your outcomes are a success in the American dream, and ours isn't. That's the bottom line. We're being school to prison pipeline. You're not. We're being mass incarcerated. You're not. We're being affected by this and that and excluded. You're not. Okay, we're kicked out of race-based programs because it violates the 1866 Civil Rights Act. But you're allowed to create Nigerian programs, or you're allowed to be a part of Nigerian scholarships. That ain't race-based. Ed Blum can't touch that. So you got Nigerian programs that's not race-based, but we can't have an FBA program. So a Nigerian program ain't delineating. That ain't divisive. That ain't xenophobic. But an FBA program is xenophobic and divisive. Make that make sense? No. So it's not about assigning blame or disrespecting folks. We just observing a clear dichotomy driven by history, a selection process, policy, and human psychology. That is the contrast between Black Americans and hyper-selected folks. They have arrived through rigorous filters of opportunity. Hyper-selected immigrants to the United States are often hyper-selected. Okay? Immigration pathways, visas for skilled workers, students, and professionals. Nigeria sends immigrants where 60% hold bachelor degrees or higher. So the Nigerians that they send over here, 60 to 70% of them hold bachelor degrees or higher. That far exceeds the U.S. average and dramatically outpaces rates in their home countries. So what did they get from the mud in America? If they're already sent over here with education, college education, and money, what do we have in common? What similar experiences do we have? We have none. We were stripped of all that historically. You weren't. And now you're allowed to whiteness, something that we never was allowed to. And we're not even looking for it, but I'm just saying the obvious. So many of them family arrive with STEM backgrounds, professional experience, and family resources. So their families put up the money. Okay. They are the top talents of their country. They are handpicked to contribute immediately to our society without heavy public investment. Our country, our governments don't gotta put nothing behind their education. We don't gotta do ESL because they learn English. We don't do job training. We don't kick out no money to sustain them. Okay, they come here already with that. So there's no baggage. There's no burden to our society. That's why they're treated like excellence. Our treatments are not the same as theirs. Us, they feel like we're a burden. Oh, we gotta get on SNAP. We gotta get on welfare, housing, affordable housing, Medicare. All that type of stuff. Oh man, we gotta keep getting these Negro stuff, man. Oh my God, you're a bird. Oh my God, you keep complaining. Not the selected immigrations. Not the selected immigrants. They don't complain. They already got it. And then they got it. But they'll come over here and be in our face and act like they got it the regular way. The hard work way. Oh, I'm a hard working. Stop it, bro. You were plug and play, man. You came here with a job waiting on you. Stop it. Stop it. The fact is, family, many white Americans carry a sense of moral guilt or historical debt when engaging with us which can manifest as paternalism, avoidance, or impatience with perceived resource demands, welfare discussions, reparation debates, or affirmative action. As Black Americans, our mere presence can serve as a living reminder of America's longest and most painful racial saga. This can foster perceptions of us as competitors for resources or liabilities rather than pure assets. Meanwhile, the hyperselected are often viewed as appreciated guests, high achieving additions who validate narratives that racism's impact is limited and going away or surmountable with the right values and sections. So they use these hyperselected individuals to say, no, meritocracy works. Look at them. All right? That's the meritocracy rhetoric. Oh, now you just got to work hard. You'll get it. There's no racism. Their success can inadvertently downplay systemic challenges faced by our native Black communities. Right? So I'm going to sum it up with this. Hyperselected folks boost sectors like healthcare, education, and tech. They are celebrated for economic contributions, but we statistically overrepresented in certain poverty or welfare metrics shaped by deeper historical disadvantages. We are framed as drains despite individual excellence contributions across American life. Hyperselects carry no American specific historical grievance against the majority. This eases interactions. Our claims to redress can trigger defensiveness. Hyperselects often behave as grateful newcomers. However, we, Native Black Americans, having fought internal battles for rights, may express justified frustration that reads as bitterness. Why would a systemically racist society, right, consistently elevate the top 1% of Africans while allegedly oppressing those already here? Hyperselection explains the outcomes better than blanket racism alone. So see, we explain it by racism. Nah, look, we ain't doing much in this country. We ain't got it going on because of racism. They say no. Look at the Africans. How is racism affecting them? And that's why, fam, you think about their arguments. They always say, well, I did it. Like when we bring up racism, how a lot of us are struggling to get ahead, they'll say, well, I did it. I went through all that and I didn't get blocked. So like they'll use themselves as a example of how racism doesn't really affect you the way we say it does. And you get that. If y'all hear Myron Gaines talk, you'll get that from him the most. You dig? So when I share the video later about the conversation about me in that tether, you'll see that he was caught off guard. He thought he was going to use his hyper-selected success versus the average Black American. What I did was I baited him to go in, say a bunch of dumb stuff, and then I was like, bro, come on, man. You guys are hyper-selected. Now, he didn't know we know that. My man had no words. And then he acknowledged it later on in the conversation. Sit down. He actually eventually acknowledged it later in the conversation. Okay? He did. So now the rinse thing also I'm doing, family. The rinse thing. So like I said, everybody showing up when I'm live as much as you can. Throw a wrench at you. So now, a month's time, when I see FBAs that come in the chat with no wrench, I know that these were the folks who were not around, who's in and out like they are. So I want to keep a track who's really riding, who's not. That's my thing. Because I notice, because I be on other platforms too, and I sometimes I dip and dodge in the toxic platforms, and I would see folks be over there as opposed to an educational, sensible one like this. I'm like, okay, like these, and the thing is, I'm like, okay, these guys are in it for the wrong reason. They look at delineation as entertainment. They don't see that as something that needs to be done. They don't see how bad this hyper selection, this process is there to undermine us. Forget about the actual person. The process is there to undermine us. The process is there to undermine us, to justify racism, to pretend it's not there. And these fools go along with it, knowing it's still there, knowing they're hyper selected, knowing they are allowed. So they know it's there. They know it's being used and filtered against us, but it's there. That means that if we go away, it's still there, and eventually it's going to get to them, and they don't care. They're like, all right, we don't care. We're going to just, be the new Negroes. They said, we're going to be the new Negroes. So that's why they don't come over here to join any fights of ours. They don't come over here, and they never say they come over here to end systemic racism. They never say that. To challenge injustice. That's not why they come over here. They're running from their injustice in their country that they refuse to address. Yeah, Myron Gaines is worse, man. Izzo said we got to start a party in DC. Them Dems out here shucking and jiving. So when I hear these questions come to Tariq Nasheed, I'm like interested to see how he answers them and see if I agree or not. So I agree with him on this one. So he said it really doesn't matter. Like, we don't got to start a new party. We can get in and out of these parties that already exist. We don't need a new party because we're only 50 million. Don't forget, because I did a whole live just in that. We're only 50 million deep. Like that's not enough. We won't have zero to no influence on nothing goes on. Nobody, think about this, Izzo. Nobody outside of FBAs are incentivized to do anything for us. You feel me? Like, what do they get out of it? They're like, okay, we help your party out. What do we get out of it? All they want is close proximity to whiteness, to whiteness. That's all they want. And our party is driving them away from that. Don't forget, linking up with us is you become like think about this, family. The one drop rule. The one drop rule was pseudoscience. It was like a pseudoscience that was trying to pretend biology can be described by one drop of blood. Okay, so the one drop rule it was struck down as pseudoscience. Was struck down as pseudoscience. So now the new one drop rule, family. Now I think I'm the first to say this. The new one drop rule is proximity to FBAs. If remember, the original one drop rule is if you had a baby with, black person, that black blood in you makes you Negro now. If you're Negro, you're excluded from the things that's afforded to white people. So the new one drop rule is proximity or alliance with FBAs. So I would say alliance. Think about proximity. The new one drop rule is alliance with FBAs. That's why nobody aligns up with us. The new one drop rule is alliance with FBAs. If you align with them, you're not entitled to none of the stuff we have for you. Okay, none of the tangibles we have for you are gone. So aligning themselves up with us, that's the new one drop rule, and that's why nobody aligns himself with us. You dig?
Daddy, and that was mine.
Yeah, so it's good ideas, Izzo. Now you got to find a way to get that to the masses, right? Because we be having dope ideas, but the masses got to be aware. All right, so I'm gonna continue on TikTok. So I'm gonna end the YouTube live. I'm gonna continue from TikTok, and I'm gonna come back live on YouTube. Okay, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna do a new live, and the new live I'm gonna cover the discussions I had with that hyper selected tether, me and Truth Teller. I'm gonna cover some of it. Right. Yeah, so I'm gonna leave YouTube right now just to come back a little later and go over